am live, peoples of the internet. Hello, hello. Who's here? Um, let's have a look. Robert said hello half an hour ago. Jasper's here. I'm free. Don't knock the light over, he says. I will endeavour not to do so, although it is a little bit precarious. Now that I've lost some of my jars and don't have all of the props that I would have had ordinarily. How are we for brightness, folks? It's a little bit in front of me and in the glasses on the screen, isn't it? Well, move it off to the side, puts me a bit more in shadow. I need it to light me, but without being directly in the glasses. There's far too much. Can I angle the camera? Does that make it better or worse? Can I move the camera that way? I've got to be careful, folks. I've got the remnants of a bottle of Pepsi. I was very extravagant with that I've been yesterday. It would. I was still feeling really weak and wibbly, so I went across to the shop and I bought a cold bottle of Pepsi and 2 bags of crisps. Cost a fucking fortune. Foggy lenses cleaned. I've only just cleaned the fucking lenses. No, the lenses aren't foggy. Must just be a. Oh, do you mean the lenses on the camera, maybe? That's a possible. I don't think it is. I think it is just the, I think it's just the lighting, but give me a second, I'll see. If I can re-find my, just took me 10 minutes to find my microfiber cloth in my pocket. Now I can't find it again. How the fuck does it hide from me? Usually right in the bottom of the pocket, in the fabric of the pocket. No, this time it's on top. I don't know, folks. Oh, you won't like this. Try and clean the lens if I can. Not even sure where the lens is. It's somewhere around that area. Oh, that does look better, doesn't it? Oh, well spotted, farmer. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. Expensive like co-op or spa? No, a lot more. I think this bottle of Pepsi cost about €2.5 fucking euros. Also, the bags of crisps were each over €2. A good sized bag of Lay's salt and vinegar, so Walker's salt and vinegar if you're in the UK. Lay's is kind of the international name for Walker's. And I also got some, are they Doritos or Nachos? I think they're Doritos. And those. So I really went to town blowing your money. Hello, Robert. I was feeling weak and wibbly. So when I was over there getting something else, I didn't even know if I had enough money on my card. I gambled. I had a €10 note in cash in my pocket, but I was spending like €16. I think that's the most I've ever spent over there. About a week ago I bought not a marathon. Was it a topic or was it a marathon? I think it was a topic. Oh, they don't call them marathons anymore, do they? It's only been 35 fucking years and I still can't get used to that. Snickers. Not sure what it had. Had peanuts in it. Lazy's Walkers, didn't know that. Yeah, the packaging is exactly the same. The colouring, the salt and vinegar is the green and, green and red or whatever it is. Yeah, Lazy's just another. I think that, is it Pepsi or whoever? I don't remember the overall parent group owns both brands and decided to keep, because Walker's is so well known in the UK, they decided to keep Walker's going as a live brand in the UK, but the rest of Europe and the world, it's Lay's. Karen, hello, hello. I bought Nurtle's nuts. I hope Nurtle doesn't mind. I've got no idea what that is. See whether I can get this steady. Just give us a second. I'm going to see why this is, why it's unstable. That's better. Robert arriving said hello farms, lazy walkers. The lens on camera much better now. It was, I must admit. You know what brioche is? Bread, posh buns, isn't it? You've got brioche, whereas I just know it's brioche, if that's what we're talking about. Fancy bread, I used to get them from the bins. You guys like to ask me questions to try and make me look like an idiot sometimes. I don't know what it is. Okay, I think, oh, do you know what I haven't done? I haven't gone to live chat. We have Nobby's nuts, says Karen. Okay. I believe you folks. What does Nobby feel about it? I think I've got some nuts in the I've got a few bags of nuts in the tent, but I think a lot of people who bring me, when they bring me a bag of whatever they've got left over, they forget I've got no teeth. I mean, I could sit here with a brick and crush them up and crush nuts. There you go. There's the old ice cream van joke, isn't it? When you walk away with a funny walk from the ice cream van, or you walk up to the ice cream van with a funny walk, and you get your ice cream and the guy asks, crushed nuts? No, I always walk like this. Boom. The old dad jokes are the best. Let me scroll down and see whether brioche is the same as brioche or whether I've got something wrong. Nestle's nuts. Nobody's nuts. Put those nuts away. No, brioche is little white pellets you add to water and they fizz for your stomach. Oh no, I don't know about that. That sounds like, what do we have? Settlers? Settlers, Tums. Those chalky kind of things. You get chalky ones or charcoaly ones to settle your stomach. Yeah, so I got these 2 packets of crisps yesterday, and I got the Pepsi mainly to go with the vodka that Rob had left when he visited, whatever day that was, Tuesday or Wednesday. And I figured it was the weekend, so it was time to open the vodka. So I got the cold cola, but I waited until late last night to start with a look. I've only drunk about this much of the vodka out the top, but I was swigging the Pepsi just to feel. I wonder whether it's a blood sugar thing because I'm not eating properly, and when I do eat, I can't keep it down and it comes straight back up. So yesterday I ate about 1/3 of a pack of crisps, and up it all came. I struggled to get out of the tent. So I'm laid down on the bed and you get that, and you're holding it in and you're crunching your stomach just to stop it from retching. Good conversation, I know, folks. But yeah, no, I struggled to make it out of the tent and just throw up in the bush. But I had to go that way because I can get out quicker that way. But that's far more public. There could have been people walking past, and then you would have just had the tramp running out of his tent and throwing up in front of people. Fortunately, nobody there. Nobody coming in, nobody going out. Oh, speaking of people coming in and going out, yesterday, these 3 people just come walking boldly down the path while I'm stood outside, and they're walking right towards me. So I figure, oh, they're gonna come and say hello, and I mean, they did say hello, but then they turned off to try and walk through the field, and it's all overgrown and brambles and horribleness. So the bloke went ahead, and I told them it's very difficult, muy difícil, and the 2 ladies. I tried to guide them through the path so they could carry on down the road and away, and instead they went back up to the top of the field and then all the way down the road and around. I just thought it's weird when people see that you're here and they just walk through the middle of your camp. And then today I had this one's even more dubious. These guys had like those little mini surfboards, those bodyboards or whatever they're called. Older group, but anyway. But today's group, I'm just laid on the bed kind of half asleep, and I sense movement, and I look, and there's this 20-odd-year-old bloke just stood in amongst my solar panels and shit, and he's got another guy with him on the other side of the tent, which I thought was, I got flashing in the distance. Is that lightning? I just, and then he says in Spanish, just looking, what is it? Mirando. I'm looking, and I'm like, at what? Like, I'm dubious. I'm thinking like, what if I'd been out? If I'd, back in the days when I could take Tina off, like to the cliff tops or to the park or wherever, what would have happened? I got two blokes approaching the tent from either side. Well, one bloke on either side. Just looking. Tina started to growl. I edged to come off the bed, and they fucked off. I haven't had anything like that in a while. I'm always dubious of the ones that get. Oh, actually, this is only a couple of weeks ago, isn't it? There was a Spanish older bloke just came walking through the camp, and he went around, and it was as he left, and I noticed him as he walked past the doorway, and as he got to the other side, I came out and gave him the fucking fright of his life. People. I've never approached another homeless guy's camp. And people who do, who are coming to see me, stand well back and shout. Like Rob did when he came the other day, a new friend. Stood well back, shouted hello. You know, announced himself. The ones who get as far as my fucking doorway, and one on either side as well. And the one on that side wasn't on the road, he was in the hedges. He was encroaching or approaching the tent. But as far as I can see, nothing's gone, no harm done. My parasol was blown over, despite it was down. But it was over, and it hasn't actually been that windy. I definitely got lightning in the distance, folks. I don't know if you better see this. I'll try. Oh yeah. Is that lightning? Or is that a bunch of cop cars or something behind there? That's too consistent, isn't it? Could it be fireworks in the distance? We've got fairly, I don't know what you can see there. We've got fairly clear skies. There's a few clouds over there, look. Where there are clouds, you can see them. There's a bank of clouds over there. Now, depending on which way they're going and which way the lightning comes. My weather forecast hasn't mentioned anything about lightning. And I still haven't put a tarp on my roof. Let me grab my tablet and have a look if we've got any kind of weather update. I've got wires crossed here, hold on. I need to pass that under the lamp. Watch for the lamp jumping, folks. No, I think I managed it. Give me a second. I guess. Could it have been fireworks in the distance to such an extent that you don't get to hear them, but only see the flashes? Let me... 28 degrees still in Torrevieja. It's not going to drop below 26 tonight. There's nothing here about any thunder and lightning overnight at all. 20% chance of rain at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, but even if it does, it'll be minimal. No, we're all good. I've got my lights here behind me, guys, on the parasol. The lights are here, but the batteries are just charging. I totally forgot to recharge them today. They probably would have got us through the stream tonight, but I need them to get me through the night tonight. So I'm just going to give them, I don't know, another quarter of an hour or half an hour, see how well they charge. Let me scroll. Little white pellets you add to water for stomach. Don't know about that. Is this year's El Nino? El Nino, it needs the tilde above the N. When you press your N, hold down, and one of the options that pops up's got the tilde above the. I don't know. I keep reading different reports. Some are saying it's currently 3 degrees that the water temperature's raised. Others say 6. I don't know why there's no consistent reporting on it. Now, ordinarily, when the water in the South Pacific when it rises 0.5 of a degree, that's El Nino. 2 would be a strong El Nino, and we've got talk about 6. And to be honest, if it is that high, that's totally unpredictable. You couldn't even predict what would happen based on previous El Ninos. When they say, oh, more rain in South America, or you know, you get mudslides in Peru. Sometimes you get kind of flash floods in Australia, or sometimes you get a drought in Australia. I got someone lurking on the road opposite the door of my tent. Hopefully they're just walking a dog. Okay, he's moving on now. Weirdos. Tina, go. No barking. Strange. Where was I? Yeah, I don't think you can, I don't even think you can predict the effects of one that is 6 degrees above normal water temperature. It's going to be so vastly different to anything that's happened before. I don't think it's going to be the same, but more so. It's going to be unpredictable as hell, I would imagine. Let me just adjust this again. Now that you can see more of me, I don't want you to really see too much man flesh. Don't know, folks. But why is there no consistent reporting? I think it was the ITV one I saw yesterday on YouTube that said 3 degrees above normal. But I've seen plenty of others talking about 6 degrees. I don't get... Jasper can't stop laughing at a guy on Croc Turnbull's channel who tried Vegemite for the first time, and he put it on about 1 inch thick. Oh, do you put it on like Nutella? Fuck. I'm sure a lot of them just do it for rage bait. I'm sure they know they're doing it wrong. You're supposed to toast. This guy did it in his car, so he didn't even toast his bread. He just took out a slice of bread, didn't butter it at all, and then just put the Vegemite on like 1 centimetre thick. It's like, no, you toast the bread, you put a good layer of butter on, and then you put the thinnest layer of Vegemite skimmed over the top of the butter. And everybody knows this. There are videos about how to do it, and so anyway, yeah, that's tickled Jasper a lot this week. Cara asks, what do you want bringing over? Who knows? I don't think I do, really. Can't think of anything. Can't think of anything. A couple of things I could do with over here, but that I can arrange through friends that are already here. How long is... What, are we about 2 weeks away still, Karen? Farmer thinks you should bring me some brioche. We've never heard of it. I don't think it exists in our country. Are there 2 types of wokes or more types of woke? Oh God. Now you're tying into the... What is she called? AOC? Alexander Ocasio-Cortez? Something like that. Woke 1.0 was crazy, she says. Having been one of the biggest proponents of it, she now declares it to have been crazy. Politics, I'll probably avoid it, folks. You're just a man in a tent who thinks you're a tramp. It's far worse for me. People look at me in disgust and think automatic I'm a tramp. I had rain jacket on and wellies, I got strange looks. A man who wears wellies and hangs about with sheep. Come on, Jasper. You don't quite sound Welsh. I'd put you more Devon or Dorset or Cornwall, but almost as bad maybe. No, I walk into the shop nowadays. You got to see my trousers, folks. I don't know whether I can show you them. Let me see. I don't know how well the camera will pick these up even with the light on. Can you see the state of these? This is all just gunked in sweat because it gets so fucking hot through the day. These are my main pair of shorts. I do have another pair somewhere that are now way too big for me, and that when I wear them they kind of fall down, so I can only wear them for an hour or 2 while these dry. So the idea will be put the other shorts on, wash these and some t-shirts, put them out on the clothes made to dry, and as soon as they're halfway dry, take the other ones off and put these back put these back on, because I can't be walking around with shorts falling down at inopportune moments. Being a tramp in a field is bad enough, but being a flasher in a field wouldn't be a good reputation to have. Jack attack, ripped tent, probably think it's abandoned. I don't know, I had videos playing at the time and a growling dog. She was a bit slow off the mark, to be honest. I guess it was just that time of day. She gets a little bit sleepy in the afternoon when it's too hot. Don't know, mate, don't know. I was ready to jump out of bed, well, jump off the bed and out the tent and kind of go hands-on, but oh, we've got Farmer and Jack Attack saying cheers, so I guess I'll join in. I do have a beer as well as the cola. I'll be honest, the beer's not gone down well this weekend. Part of the reason that I switched to the vodka last night, and like I said, I hardly had any of that. Mike needs a 2-meter high fridge full of food. I still wonder whether I wouldn't have been better off going for a proper household fridge. Not freezer, but fridge. Struggling with the organisation in the camping fridge freezer, because of it being a kind of a chest freezer design. Things do get lost and then go off before I get to them, or move around and fall under other things and get crushed. Margarine tubs keep getting the lids smashed off them, and then yeah, then it goes bad. Yes, you need your new tent up. You know what that means, tidy up time. I do know that, and I've got about a week before the turn of the month. I'm hoping we don't get the thunderstorms, you know, the big Gottfried, or Dana as they now call them. I'm hoping we don't get that in the next week. I'm hoping it's holds off for a week or 2 into September. Mid-September I'll manage. But yeah, I do need to start tidying up, and I was thinking, do I start bringing things out of the tent and using the tarp in the field to cover them, Or do I put the tarp on the roof in case it rains? I don't know. I don't know. Farmer posts a link and says hello. Might be a raid, I'm in rave. JMR, hello, hello. Welcome. You tell him, Karen, summer's end cleaning. Yeah, I do need to. It's not just cleaning, mate. So I have a corner where I put my bin bag, and for 1 or 2 days I'll just throw things into that corner, and then I'll gather them and put them in the bag. So they'll be piled up on the bin bag and around. And I ran, my old roll of bin bags ran out, and I knew I had some more, but I couldn't find them. So I had a fucking pile just in the corner. Now I found them, and I put what was there into the bin bag, but that's 4 or 5 days ago, I think, and now there's just another pile on top that I haven't been asked to put back in the bin bag. So yeah, it gets like this. When I'm on a downer, it's that can't be asked thing. The procrastinating, putting stuff off. Then the idea of stuff gets bigger in your head. So you spend hours and hours and days thinking about, I must do this, I must do this. And then when you do it, it's a 10-minute fucking job, and you wonder why you didn't do it in the first place. But somehow knowing that still doesn't help me do it. I'm on a real downer at the minute. Partly this stomach thing that's going on. I mean, I fucking threw up live on air on Friday, didn't I? That wasn't great. That wasn't great. Then I threw up the next day, Saturday, after eating the first third of a bag of crisps. So I'm not feeling great, I'm not eating, it's still too fucking hot. I am, tonight's not going to drop below 26, 27 degrees. The other night it was 33 degrees at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. I was sweating me bits off with all the doors open and no roof. 33 degrees at 3 in the morning. Fortunately, it's starting to get well, temporarily, it's a little bit cooler the last couple of days. A little bit, not too much of it. Is it chance underwater volcano and new island appear? I know nothing about such things. Hold on. Put the tarp on the roof and sort 2 bags out per day, then you won't need to leave your stuff outside. But everything's in bags, or the vast majority of you know, everything in the storage area. The vast majority. There's a couple of piles of blankets or towels, but like bags of jackets and bags of bedding and bags of, I lose track of what I've even got bags of. There's probably bags of clothing there. I spent all winter scratching around with just 1 pair of fucking shorts. Sorry, 1 winter with 1 pair of trousers, and all summer with 1 pair of shorts. And I've probably got a fucking bag or 2 of clothes somewhere in there. Probably. Yeah. Let me... Gary's... Okay, look, it's jumped forward on me. I don't know where I am. Okay, we've got all of the big Clive lot arriving and saying boobies and things. Or, well, that's more of a scruff dog thing, isn't it? How far back do I have to go? Andy's computer tube is here. Gary from South Africa. It's jumping. I've gone backwards and I'm still where I was. I'll read that one. I think I jumped timelines last night. This is Gary. Something I know that was not in my car, which I lost weeks ago, was on the back seat. Now, how on earth does this happen? I'm the only one with a key. Yeah, I get stuff like that happening. I lost a battery, one of my rechargeable batteries. I lost one of those. In fact, it's in my pocket here somewhere, isn't it? I lost one of those months ago in the tent, and the other day it was just there in the middle of the floor. It's like, fuck it. One of these ones with the USB-C port. I've been using these, fuck knows how long now. Ever since I got the first batch and did a review. It must be 2 years, I would have thought. Let me just have a look at something. Okay, Big Clive went live. Okay. Yeah, there is no boobies command over here. I'm not using StreamYard, Streamlabs, whichever one it is. What on earth is up with your chat, Mike? Nothing that I know of. Gary, why? What are you seeing? Oh, just it jumping about on me. I saw lasers in here. Let me just scroll back and... I found my sis, hold on, it does work. Guys, we got ladies in the house. Wear braces. People keep putting a Coke can in a specific spot outside my house. Worried they're targeting and planning a house invasion. Yeah, anything like that. If a pile of stones or something tied to the railings, or yeah, signs that they can chalk on the footpath outside. I don't know how far behind I am. I will look up brioche and alternate brand names. But yeah, you're looking at like Rennie's or something. Some kind of stomach. I'm going to guess it's a calcium carbonate thing, a chalky thing. Possibly a bubbly dropping water one. Today they found the element xenon on Mars, which is only present as a result of a large nuclear event. So did our previous few humans nuke Mars and manage to get to Earth? There's probably some other geologic... We keep doing this, don't we? We find a chemical somewhere and say, oh, that's definitely a sign of life. The only process we know by which that can be made is biological. And then somebody does some clever chemistry and says, oh, no, it turns out you can do it by this or that. Maybe if you smash an asteroid or a comet into the ground hard enough. What is it about nuclear that makes it possible? Is it heat? Because I would imagine a super fast asteroid or something smacking into the ground could get quite hot. Branston Pickle, asks Karen. Oh, don't start me. I'll be on with Branston Pickle and Piccalilli and... Oh, don't tempt me, lass. I'm not eating though, so what's the point? I guess summer will be ending soon, so I might start eating again. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I don't know. One day I might get to try Vegemite. It's just like Marmite, isn't it? I don't think there's much of a difference if you've got Marmite available to you. Those would go together, Vegemite and Nutella. I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so. Nutella on a cracker with red wine as your drink. Actually, just chocolate, dark chocolate digestives. Dark chocolate digestives and red wine go together really well. I'm right at the end of chat again. I've jumped past everything again. I don't know what... And again. I'm thinking of Barocca tablets that fizz and turn orange. Would orange be good for a bad stomach? they have vitamin C type tablets, but I think we're talking about something to calm my stomach, and something acidic probably wouldn't be the way to go. I'm going to step out, folks, and come back in and see whether I can catch up with chat. You will lose me for 5 to 10 seconds. Give me a second. First I have to work out how to get out of here while it's how the hell did that happen? How long have I been talking? What a fuck up. Is that ever since I came back in? Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I'll have to repeat that last. I was reading Robert's question about will mankind ever live on the moon or Mars? And I was saying, certainly not. I don't believe it'll ever be within my lifetime. I don't know how that happened. I went out, I came back in, I never touched over there. There's a mute microphone and there's a turn camera off symbol. Thank you, Karen. If Karen had not been there, I'd have been talking forever. Or at least until the next time it jumped back to the bottom. It hasn't jumped. You see, the one time it would have been handy for chat to jump back to the bottom, it didn't. Isn't that always the fucking way? I was saying that until you get people to realise that every pound, euro or dollar spent on space science research comes back manifold, you get many multiples return on the investment. Until you can get people, especially in government, let's just say some senior figures in government that are maybe a little bit science averse, you know the ones. Until we can get that, I don't think we'll get the money and the investment. We can't even get a permanent human presence in space. The International Space Station was supposed to be, there will forever more be humans in space. But that's due to be decommissioned in a few years. I think I said before, unless Elon can buy it from NASA or whoever, I guess you got to approach all the different countries. I don't know. The moon and Mars, I mean, they're very hostile environments. Unless you can mine things or bring things back, you've got your helium-3, which is difficult to come by, and there seems to be plenty of it on the moon. I don't know, folks. Let me scroll a little bit further back because I'm not sure. And it jumped. 5 minutes. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you. Okay, I get it. Fuck, that's embarrassing. But I've got no clue how it happened. How does it just turn off on its own? I never had my finger anywhere near that that icon. That switch, whatever you want to call it. Where on earth must I... YouTube, fix your fucking goddamn app. This is why not many people use the actual YouTube app and go for more complicated setups. Those more complicated setups use more power than I have available. Having a phone and a computer and all the power requirements and all the settings and setup that go with it. External microphones and all the fucking rest. 2030 Pharma thinks it's deorbiting. Yeah, so that's what? 4 years away. 3 now, more or less. Depending on when in the year. Like I said, unless Elon buys it and decides to do something with it. You jumped timelines, Mike. I did get your messages, Karen, yes. Thank you. Where would I be without... If you'd not been there, I would have still been talking now with it muted. I also can't see your lips, so I can't decipher what you're saying. It's the beard and the tash needs to come off. The wire wool needs to be removed. I shall get... I've been saying for weeks I'm going to get the hedge trimmers on it. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. I almost fluffed my lines there in the middle. Hey, maybe I'd like to live there like Haddon Industries. I'm gonna say Contact. They had a guy living on the International Space Station, didn't they? Some multi-billionaire. Elon needs to buy more social media so that it doesn't have the policing of views. Politics, Jasper, but I don't necessarily disagree. Contact, correct. You see, sci-fi fucking nerd. I didn't actually know the name, but it's the only thing I can think of where they had somebody like a billionaire or trillionaire take over and live in the International Space Station. Scrolling back a little bit, but I won't get far because it jumps around. Space station around the moon, which I think makes sense because we can launch longer range missions. You probably want to be launching from the moon if you can find a way of producing the rocket fuel from water. But a different type of rocket fuel, if you're just mixing hydrogen and oxygen, if you do that electrolysis thing and separate the so first you have to dig up the ice, separate it from the soil because it's not just blocks of ice, it's mixed in with the kind of permafrost or whatever in some craters and things. So you got to mine that, extract that. You got to get power on the moon. That can be tricky. Sometimes it's in sunshine, sometimes it's not. The place where the water is, or there's ice in some of the craters, but obviously they're in the shade. So you got to get the water out of the soil, or get blocks of ice out of the craters, melt it, do the electrolysis thing, capture the is it called browning gas or something, when it's a mixture of them, and you got to separate them chemically. And then you need to build rockets that will work just from hydrogen and oxygen. And then you want a nice firm base to launch, to take off from. Don't know. All sounds very complicated once you add it all together. Now, if you could just lift a rocket up, if one rocket here could lift an empty rocket, well, not a full rocket with it, but every kilogram you lift is thousands of dollars, pounds, euros. So that doesn't really work. So yeah, you wanna go to the moon and build your rocket fuel there. I would suggest. I'm excited for this new telescope that we're launching. Is that this weekend? Is that today, or is it next weekend? There's a new telescope going up that's the same size as the Hubble, but because modern technology and more, not lenses, more, they used to call them CCD, something capture devices. The electronic component behind the lens that captures the images, because the Hubble is basically 1970s technology. That's when they started designing it and what have you. But now we're going to launch one that can do what the Hubble can do in a year. It can kind of do in a week or something, or a month, or a day and a half, or an afternoon, something like that. It's gonna basically scan the whole sky. I think a Hubble would have taken like 1,000,000 years or 1,000 years or something to do the job. because there's more of these, I'm going to say CCDs, but I don't know what. Capture device is definitely. Can someone look up? Oh, I can. On a digital camera, what's a CCD? Closed caption device? Closed capture device? CCD on a digital camera. What's it stand for? Charged coupled device sensor. Is that still the state of the art, or am I just 30 years out of fucking date? Vintage CCD digital cameras, yeah, you see. Can I type more modern replacement? Or just more modern technology? Apparently I can't type it because I can't type in a straight line. More modern technology. Major mass market manufacturers no longer make consumer CCDs, camera sensors, or mainstream digital cameras. Phase them out in favour of CMOS technology, complementary metal oxide. What does the S stand for? CMOS. That's how data was stored in your computer. It's where the BIOS and everything lived, isn't it? I don't remember what it stands for. Is the S just a plural? I don't know. Space station around the moon, or maybe a space station at one of the Lagrange points? Might get in the way of Hubble and Co, aren't they, out there? Hubble and the James Webb. I think one's at L1 and one's at L2. Could be wrong. Often am, apparently. Don't need a telescope. Are you looking at telescope to look at things other than stars? Okay, I got to work out. Don't look behind the curtain, says Keith, sign of nature. That screw up on Hubble was legendary, and then they had to add those corrective lenses. They did, and they did a marvelous job of correcting it. What was the cause of? I don't remember. I remember the lens wasn't the right shape, or hadn't been ground to the right tolerances. It wasn't another millimeters and mil thing, was it? You know. So for anyone who doesn't know, a mil is 1,000th of an inch, but people hear mil and think millimeter, which is only a 25th of an inch, and so you get confusions. It's the same as the thing that crashed into Mars. It was supposed to do a burn at a burn of a certain length, at a certain distance from Mars. And there was a conversion error between imperial and metric, and the thing just slammed into Mars. It didn't do a long enough burn to slow down a retro burn. Scrolling backwards still, a nice firm base. Well, yes, that's usually what I look for. That's not what you're talking about. Leave the moon alone, we won't have cool weather. I don't think they're going to move it or anything. Not from the moon, from the orbit of the moon. From space orbit of the moon. Fuel would be in orbit. How are you getting it there? Are you making it on the moon and lifting it up? Or are you bringing it from Earth? That's my question. Evening from the Soviet Socialist Republic of Britain. I'm trying to remember the words for a Muslim place, but what are they? The caliphate. Is the Soviet Socialist Republic of Britain. Is that next door to the Caliphate of Britain? Took me a while to get the right name, didn't it? I know I butchered Matthew's last name. McConaughey. Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey. They were your main protagonists in the film Contact. Oh, Mike's not Mike. Rob was I found a question from Rob. Karen says, I'll catch you later on. I need to order stuff for Spain. Spain's got enough stuff of their own. Order it for yourself. If you're sat at a table, who would you share a meal with, past, present or future? Oh, I'm no good at these. Far too many options. Is this just a meal for two? Or can we have a table full? And you've got obvious candidates, haven't you? Churchill, Einstein, Jesus, if he was real, maybe. He could entertain us with a few party tricks, couldn't he? Turn the water into wine and all that. I like a drop. I want to know if his wine was any good. Anyone who makes wine can make water into wine. You just need some sugar and some yeast, or something sweet and some yeast. Do you know what I haven't done? I haven't done my intro, and I have not introduced my girl yet. Hey baby, you're wriggling away from me again. Under the light. Oh, the lights aren't even on. Hold on. My lights have stopped flashing. Does that mean they're done, or that the power bank they're charging from is run out? I should really have plugged them into the EcoFlow. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it on trust that they're done enough, and I'm going to turn my little lights on, my little fairy lights. Because Tina likes them, I like them, some of you guys look for them. How far back are you, darling? Not very. I've only got three or four inches. Excuse the man flab. Oh, hey baby. Can Daddy get in and put the batteries in? Ouch! The trousers are stuck to my legs. Feeling sick again, folks. Feeling a bit nauseous again. I wonder why. Can you see those? Yeah, you can see those, can't you? They're on screen. As long as my big fat head doesn't get in the way, I'll have a swig of cola. I'm going to contact my mate Ismail and ask him if he can't bring me a few bottles of cheap supermarket cola. I don't want to be paying €2.50 fucking for a bottle of Pepsi. It's not even 2 litres, 1.75. Where's that come from? When did pop bottles stop being 2 litres? I get closer, otherwise I'm going to get a bad back. Oh, now my head is in the way of the light. Karen was headed off. Things to do. Past person, past, present or future to sit with for a meal. I mean, you could go with the babes, couldn't you? We could have a bit of Marilyn Monroe or something. Is that too obvious? Bit pervy, maybe? Going through a bit of a dry spell, folks. Tramping a field. I don't know, there's all sorts of fascinating people. Isaac Newton, there was a guy. Sir Isaac. All his stuff with optics where we're sticking pins in his eyes or around his eyes, bending the shape of his of the ball of the eye, whatever that's called. Bending that slightly and changing focus. All of his stuff with prisms. Then you've got his other stuff with what's the word? Try to change lead into gold. See, all of those guys weren't wrong. You can change one element into another. It's just not worth doing. Turns out the Large Hadron Collider does it. Some of those particles that they fly around at almost the speed of light smash into when they have the collisions and bits fly off, where they land, some of them are producing gold by adding what's the word, within the nucleus. Why can I not remember the two particles in a nucleus? It's not is it protons? It is. It's protons and neutrons. If you add some of that, if you add extra, you can turn one thing into another, and they are getting minute traces of gold in the walls of the Large Hadron Collider. But you have to run a fuck off big machine for a fuck off long time, and you get a fucking minimal amount of gold particles appearing. Here's one as a what's the word? As a tangent. Scientists have wondered forever how you get nuggets of gold in rock. Because everything we know about gold and how it's distributed, it should be distributed not exactly evenly, but it should be spread out more. You shouldn't have chunks of it together. It moves over millions of years. It moves through the rock. It's attracted to gold is attracted to gold in some way. Those minute trace amounts are pulled together to create the seams and the nuggets and what have you. And they only found that out, or I don't know if that's proven. It was a theory a few years ago. I don't know how firm that is, but that was the theory. Okay, I'm back to contact correct. So, and it hasn't jumped in a little while. More than a year, no face puke, too dangerous. I believe you. I don't know the context, sorry, Jasper. There was Keith's arriving from the Soviet Socialist Republic of Britain. Farmer and his moon launch discussion. Oh, the nice film. And then I just said it didn't. Strangers and Charm quark. 3 quarks for Master Mark. Haven't they discovered a 4th? We thought there were 3. And just because of that quote from, it's the Irish author, isn't it? What's he called? There's a famous quote from a book, 3 quarks for Master Mark. Pretty sure it's the Irish guy. Didn't he do stream of consciousness stuff? We just wrote and wrote and wrote, and whatever he ended up with, that was it. No editing or anything. Sounds like he should be something to do with with Homer and the Iliad and the Odyssey. Do I have to look this up? I do. Because a question that when I know the answer but can't get it. Let's just type that in there. Three quarks is far too much for Deep Space Nine. Muster mark, not master mark. Finnegan's Wake, James Joyce. Finnegan's Wake. Physicist Murray Gell Bell or Gell Bell? I'll go with Gell, I prefer the softer G. Borrowed the word quark from this phrase in 1963 when naming the fundamental atomic subatomic particles of matter, noting that the number of 3 matched the physical model. Found in Book 2, Episode 4 of Finnegan's Wake. Now I need to ask, are there still only 3 quarks? Three quarks still? Protons and neutrons still contain 3 main valence quarks, but modern physics shows the inside of a proton is far more complex than just those 3 baseline particles. And then we go on in the whole gluons and baryon junction and all sorts of things that are beyond me. I should read up on it someday because it's all from when I was like a teenager and first read up on some of that stuff. It's like with the dinosaurs, isn't it? All the stuff that you learn as a kid is it's gone, it's wrong. Killed radio star video. Buggles. British. Didn't know that until recently. Didn't know that Buggles were a British band. Oh. Oh, Facebook face puke. Over a year, no more using. Too scared walking on eggshells, says Jasper. Oh, who shot Kennedy, says Robert. Now you're asking. Now you're asking. What do we think about the magic bullet? Well, we've got Keith here. Keith's my man when it comes to all things conspiracy theory. I think we should turn this one over to Keith. Do we believe it was Lee Harvey Oswald and that he was then shot by Jack Ruby down the police station? What happened to Jack Ruby? Did he get shot by the cops? It's not something I've ever studied in depth. I didn't even watch that film. Who was that by? You know the one? Was it Kevin Costner that was in it? I don't think I've ever even watched that. And why did they suppress the, is it called something like the Zeebrugge film? That was hidden for many years, wasn't it? So you couldn't even watch it. I don't know, folks. I'm not a total know-it-all. Some things I do not know. Lots of conspiracies involving Jews and things, or Israel. Whether you can separate Israel from the Jews. There's a question. Clive had audio problems again. I did have 5 minutes of silence. I had to talk back through the same conversation again just for your benefit. I didn't want you to miss my thoughts on moon, people living on the moon or Mars. Mars would be very difficult, wouldn't it? If something goes wrong on the moon, you can get there in 3 or 4 days. Possibly faster if you really, really tried, and if you'd built the setup beforehand. You'd need a bigger rocket and a longer burn. But Mars, is it 9 months? We need the aliens to arrive and share FTL with us. Faster than light technology. Bit of warp speed or something. Impulse power at least. Something. It's time we start having like races. You know, like they used to do with planes. Who can travel there and back the quickest? Or just what's the fastest speed we can make a craft do? Whether manned or not. I know Voyager's got a head start. Voyager 1 and 2 have got a head start on us. And are the fastest 2 objects ever produced by mankind. Now, after all the looping around the planets on the, what's it called? The Grand Tour? Grand Voyage. Grand Tour. Cheek to cheek says Lady in Red, maybe? Dancing with me, cheek to cheek. Chris the Beef Burger. Metallic. Okay. You must have another microphone in or being looped. You or him? He must have another microphone in or being looped through software somehow. You get strange effects with does he go through like a Streamlabs or StreamYards? Or does he it's just his phone and his Chromebook? He could have both sets of audio on, both microphones. Or it could be bouncing off the walls. Yeah. Jasper says Buggles. Okay, that's after Killed Radio Star. Yeah, we had that. I'm going to see whether I can go back a bit, folks, to some of the things that I've missed, because I've never known chat jump around so drastically. Wine and Coke, says Farmer. I drink wine and Coke. I've still got a brick of wine from when Karen was last here. I think they left me 2 when they left. I think that's way too acidic for my stomach at the minute. Feeling queasy as it is. Oh, you're bringing it from Earth on several runs to the moon, probably over several years. Oof. Costly. Isn't it still... What's the cost of payload on a rocket nowadays? Isn't it still tens of thousands per kilo? I think it might be easier just to mine the water on the moon and split into hydrogen, oxygen. Redesign rockets. Take your empty rocket up with you, however you're going to do that. Don't we need to rebuild space shuttles? We need a new space shuttle. Something that can carry some real cargo with it. I got to be careful when I burp. I'm back to past, present, and future for a meal. Okay. Farmer's asking Jasper if he's using a telescope to look at women. Yeah, screw up on Hubble and corrective lenses. They had to fit it with contacts. Do you have upper arm pain, shoulder pain? Me? No. There's no heart attack stuff going on. I think it's just that I'm not eating and therefore the stomach's reacting weird. And then I did eat and it wouldn't keep it down. I don't think I've got anything wrong. Just kind of pseudo self-inflicted, but it's the heat, it's the weather. I think that's all it is. Don't be worrying about me, folks. It's something and nothing. Okay. Robert, when I was a kid in the 60s, I fell in love with Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Are you a friend of Dorothy? Oh, for fuck off. For fuck off, that's not even... Kids from the list and take a dive in the Ali fight. Oh, that's one of the ones I don't really know that much about. One day soon I'm gonna... You can probably watch all of the Ali fights on YouTube. Like the original coverage footage with the commentary and everything. I want to do that. I want to sit down and watch. I want to watch all of Tyson's fights, one after the other as well. So many to choose from as well, though, and there's so many other boxers that you could pick. Manny Pacquiao, however you pronounce that. I even like Alan Minter. I think I mentioned him the other day. It's probably a week or two ago now. But so many great boxers. But I don't know the specifics of that one. I always tend towards just trusting people, to be honest. So there was controversy once upon a time about whether Bruce Grobbelaar was letting goals in and fixing matches. The former Liverpool goalkeeper in the 80s. But there was a sting set up by a newspaper, and it's not a newspaper that anybody really trusts. They have a bad history themselves. So just because he appeared to go along with it while he was in the room at the time, maybe he was going to take the money and then report them. But they just go off and report that he appeared to be going along with it. I don't know, I give people the benefit of the doubt. Probably far too often. Like today, I didn't get off the bed and make a full rage out at this guy in the field. When he said just looking, I went, oh, okay, mate, but you know, fucking finish looking and go. I could have raged, but maybe he was just looking. Like Jack Attack says, maybe he just thought that it was an abandoned tent. Maybe he's one of my neighbours looking to report me for the amount of crap in the field. Who knows? Be careful of the Marmite miners, says Jasper. Around? I get around, round, I get around, Beach Boys? I'm guessing because I can't play it. A hip hop, a no. A hip, a hop. You'd be taking other supplies and taking back trash. I'll throw them at the sun. Just throw them at the earth and let them burn up. Zami, hello, my friend. How are things in Fulham? Tara, people were asking after you earlier. Hello. Billy Joe, everyone's arriving, okay. All quiet on the Western Front, I hope. A little incident earlier today, but something and nothing. And still a little bit under the weather. But no problem really. People coming back from the beach, folks. Just watch it, they keep moving. Everybody's welcoming Tara and Billy Joe. All the regulars are here now, I think. Ken Norton. I don't know the name. He wasn't the kickboxer fella, was he? That ended up laying on the ground all the time, kicking Ali's legs. That doesn't sound right. There was that. They had a match, Muhammad Ali versus a kickboxer. But the guy ended up just staying on the floor and kicking the pretty much the whole fight. I don't know the name, Ken Norton. Farmer says moon orbit, and I don't know why. He did. Alan Minter got his ass handed to him by marvellous Marvin Hagler. And there's another guy, so you could watch all of his fights. I mean, he was a damn good fighter. I mean, these were all world champions, weren't they? Did Minter had the championship at one point, didn't he? Or was he just a contender? See, I was a kid. I was probably about 10 or 11. See, by the time I started watching boxing as a kid, Ali was losing, like to Leon Spinks and I don't remember who else after that. I missed peak Ali. I was only a youngster. Sabotage. No clue. Cheers, folks. I'll do a cheers with you. Even though again it's not going down well. Do you have your new base camp set up, Mike? I do not. Probably another week or two. I probably need a week to sort stuff out, and then a week to empty it out. And then someone to help me put take this down, and well, I can probably take it down on my own. But putting the new one up is probably a 2-person job at least. Ali versus Ronnie Lai was amazing. That's another name I don't know. Problem child. The parasol is indeed back up and running. So a few days ago it was so windy I had to fold it down, and then it kept blowing. It kept literally blowing out of the big concrete block it sits in, and so I folded it down but left it stood in the concrete block, and I came out today and it was over, even though it was folded down. I don't remember it being that windy. I mean, we've had some breezes in the last day or two. I'm wondering if this guy that was wandering around in the camp, I'm wondering if he pushed it over. But I don't know. Again, I like to think best of people, so I'm just going to assume we had a freak gust of wind that was enough to blow it over even though it was folded down. How are you doing today, DM? Says Tara. I'm still like down and depressed. I'm still, my stomach's still off. I still feel a bit queasy now. I'm still not eating properly. I was saying earlier I went to the shop and I bought a bottle of Pepsi Cola yesterday and 2 packets of crisps. 1 packet of crisps, 1 packet of kind of Doritos, whatever the proper name for those is. The triangular Mexican cardboard things with lots of flavouring on them. Paid a fucking fortune. I blew all the money that people donate to me on crap at the Chino Bazaar. Because I couldn't go anywhere else. I was so weak and wibbly. Fucking €2.50 for less than 2 litres of Pepsi. Over €2 for each of the bags of crisps. I got no idea what the going rate. You know what I mean? I haven't bought a bag of crisps in years now. So I don't know what the going rate is. I know that this shop is a rip-off, and you can tell it is by how few people, nobody buys this stuff over there. They used to have it like near the till, and they've moved it just down into the shop. I had to go fucking looking for it. That's another, every time I decide to look for something in there, it's not where it used to be. They just keep moving shit. It pisses me right off. The last time I went to buy Tina's poo bags. So I buy like I think it's like 24 rolls of poo bags, and there's 40, basically a roll will do just short of a week, 5 or 6 days. And I normally go, I go straight down one particular aisle, and they're there. Oh, you walk down almost to the end of the main aisle and you turn left and they're there. And suddenly they weren't. And it's a huge, and I haven't got the time to walk around. I got to get back for Tina. I haven't got the time to spend 2 hours walking up and down every aisle to find shit. So when they do move stuff, it annoys the hell out of me. Only 8 likes, says Andy, and it jumped to 11 at that point. So thank you for that, my friend. Have you been moved on again, Mike? WD 1874. Do I know you? Have you got a real name? Is this part of... maybe I know your longer form name from before YouTube did its switcheroo with the @ names. No, I haven't been moved on. I haven't had any trouble from the police. I've been left well alone. A few weirdos are walking through my camp this week. Well, probably over the last month I've had 3 or 4. But no major incidents so far. I think the guy today would have done, I think he would have robbed something if I'd not been there. And maybe was scoping it out for another time. But I'm pretty much always here, aren't I? So he'd have a job unless he was waiting specifically for when I went to the Grand Bazaar twice a week. Fraser versus Ronnie, I want to say Liston, but you keep typing Ronnie Lee. I don't know that name. Sonny Liston. Where am I getting Ronnie from? No, I don't know that name. Deeds Jasper says they're farmer for some reason. Ricky Hatton from Manchester or Salford. So he was muscle bound, wasn't he? His arms wouldn't straighten, which was actually, it turns out, helping him. And then he was having a comeback. Was it a comeback fight? It was a world championship fight. And he had work done. He had physiotherapy to stretch the arm and elongate the muscles so that they weren't muscle bound and could move. And it was the worst fight he ever had. Yeah, no, that didn't work out for him. He wanted to extend his reach. I think the other guy had a longer reach, and that, I think it was a rematch. So he'd lost the world title, and he wanted a rematch, and he wanted to extend his reach, but that didn't work for him. He would have been better off sticking with his muscle-bound bent arm. Literally, I can't even show you on screen. He couldn't straighten his arm like that. His arms were like that. Because he'd packed on the shoulder and bicep muscle and tricep. He'd packed them on, and they were kind of locked. He fell apart as soon as he Ricky Hatton fell apart as soon as he lost the world title, didn't he? Drugs and alcohol and stuff. What's it worth? I can't guess from that. They're scared to challenge you, Mike. I don't think so. Shops are a rip-off now anyway. This is true, but where else are you going to get a bag of crisps? You wouldn't want an inflatable tent here with the prickly bushes. Don't think so. This one's done me proud. This Van Gogh, I've had it best. It's almost certainly 18 months by now. If not yet, then any day now. Watch Lloyd Honeyghan batter Don the Cobra Curry the other night. Yanks have never got over that one. Lloyd Honeyghan. Little black guy. Bald head. Lloyd Honeyghan. I think I can picture him. I don't know that I remember. Is he like a middleweight or something? Not sure. Minter was a racist, says Zami. That's possible. I don't know. I've said the odd words myself, haven't I? I don't know. Sometimes people have an incident with one particular person and they'll say words that are more generally applied to a whole group, a whole race, but really it's just anger at one specific person. I don't know. I without knowing the specifics, I couldn't possibly comment. Scrolling back to the bottom. Parasol, says Farmer. I'm guessing this is in conjunction with his YouTube link. And then Nitro. No idea, mate. Shops are a rip-off beast, says Farmer. Again, another one of his links. They're scared to challenge you, Mike. I think people just come snooping or what's the word? Are you talking about people walking through the, or are you talking about the police not coming? I don't know. I think I've put up formidable arguments against the police in the past. and showed them to be in the wrong on some of my videos. Especially the ones where I've actually videoed them while they're here. But also when I've documented what just happened immediately after them being here. Contemporaneous notes, as a court might call it. I also had a little argument with the mayor, didn't I? Who knows why they're leaving me alone? And when it comes to the people who come snooping through my camp, I think some of them are definitely scoping it out. Like I said, the guy today, I'm pretty sure if he'd found the camp, if he'd found me not here, stuff would have been missing. You know, some people just look like wrong-uns. Sure, I do at times. But now once they saw I was here, they backed off pretty sharpish. Just like the old bloke that walked through a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago, whenever the hell that was. And the 3 people who just walked down here and tried to cut through the field yesterday walked right past my tent and then turned that way. I don't know. My ear's gone again, folks. I don't know what this is. This is 3 or 4 on the trot now where I get this kind of, it's not gluey. There's nothing in there that you can get out like with a cotton bud or whatever. But it sounds, you know when you go underwater in the swimming pool and you hear the bangs and thuds as a dull. I got that going on a little bit. Weekend, that's the name of a group. That's it, Ricky. I forgot his first name. Yeah, you were close. Mickey, Ricky, same difference. That was my year of boxing. When would that be? 90s, maybe? Probably. Brian Mitchell, says Gary out of nowhere. This must be a boxer again. I don't know. Farmer says Mike with a question mark. I'll enjoy watching this back tomorrow and following the links to see what you're talking about. Damn, my stomach ulcer is so painful tonight. Can't even, it's so sore. I didn't think people had stomach ulcers anymore. Not since Helicobacter pylori was discovered. Unless this is the one from straining yourself and causing stuff to pop out through the peritoneum. Maybe? Can't remember. Alright, where's Maria when you need her? Maria's a medic type person. If I'm remembering correctly. If I've got the right one. What about an old heavy army canvas tent with big wooden poles? They tend to have that big central pole and just be that one big kind of teepee shape and not have multiple rooms inside. Very expensive, very heavy. How would I get it here? And maintaining canvas. I don't know. I've never fancied it. Also, comes down to the floor and stops. Separate ground sheet if you're lucky. Mice, rats, just pop under the walls wherever they want. I need something that's a complete envelope, a built-in floor, with a good lip at the door, a skirt around the bottom. All things that so far I've never seen a canvas tent do. So yeah, I don't want, I was hounded by rats and mice in one of my tents. One of my earliest tent did that. It came down, well, my first, the shack that I built out of 6 broom handles and a tarp had that problem. that anything could come under anywhere. And then my first tent, it was second hand, it was bought for me, I'm not complaining, but it came down to the ground and stopped, and a separate ground sheet, and anything could come under anywhere. Had a separate bedroom, fair play for that, but anything could come under and then run around the edges on the inside. I need the total envelope. I need the built-in floor. Just because rodents. I mean, even that doesn't stop them. Whoa! Fucking jumped. Helicobacter pylori was the one, yeah, we did. I think we... I talk about that one fairly regularly. I've had 3 ops already. It's a hernia, yeah, okay. I also had it for years, but last surgery was 2019. Had the Nissen fundoplication surgery. That's one I'm going to have to look up tomorrow, isn't it? Oh, I could look it up now. This year's getting so bad I've got meds, but don't help. Does anybody remember when they used to say that they used to just tell people it was a lifestyle thing? You're too stressed, you've got to relax. I found your hater channel that has only... Oh, this must be a new hater channel. Or he must have been forced to take a bunch of videos down. He used to have a lot more than 3. So this might be a different... this might be a different hater channel. Oh, I can remember the name of the one. It's like UK Richie, but with an extra I. So UK Richie that's often here, it's like that, but deceptive. It's got a second letter I in it. That's the one. If anybody's interested, please don't fucking subscribe to the cunt. But if you want to go take a look and laugh at the bastard, feel free. I couldn't remember the name of the channel for ages, and now I just remembered it, and I remembered why I remembered. Something moving in the field. Okay, I'm back to where I was with the heavy can. Yeah. Okay, I've caught up with myself. I'm coming forward now. I don't know how far behind I am. 37, we're on 43. I'm only 7 minutes behind. 6. I've had 3 ops, I think I read that already. Got meds but don't help. Hope you feel better, Gary, says Tara. Whoa, jumped. Where did it jump? The ear problems can cause vertigo. Maybe the ear problems are making you feel sick. It only comes on when I've been talking to you lot for kind of half an hour or more. It isn't there normally through the day. Now I have a problem where when I lean over the fridge freezer, the camping fridge freezer, or when I lean over Tina, or when I'm pouring her water, or picking her water up to bring it to her, then I get lightheaded and dizzy. It's more likely either blood pressure or blood sugar, and because of my lack of eating, I'm going to lean towards a blood sugar. I think I can link them all together, and they're all the same issue. The ear thing, fuck knows. I mean, that's just the eustachian tube and unequalized pressure probably somewhere. Don't know. I haven't watched that back. Was it a week or 2 ago that I had it, and I moved my jaw and there was a huge crack. I don't know whether it was. I haven't watched that one back. I don't know if it was audible on stream or not. But I heard a fucking huge, like a snap, as something popped in my jaw or my ear. So I don't know. I think it's all just. I think most of the stuff that's wrong with me, folks, is just the lack of eating because of the heat. I'm waiting for the weather to break, but it normally doesn't break until we get this absolute fucking 2 or 3 day downpour, which I don't want because currently I've not got a roof on my tent. It can affect your balance. It can indeed. Yeah, I had H. pylori a few weeks ago as well. Is that for real or are you taking the piss? It's a precursor to cancer, heart disease, lung cancer. It's implicated in loads of things. I think we've had this discussion in the past, so I won't rabbit on because sometimes I go off on one. Every time I go in for surgery, I'm there for 4 weeks. That sounds shit, yeah. Whoa. Serious, Mike, I don't joke about medical conditions. How did you find out about the H. pylori? Was it because of me telling you to get checked for it? Or was it just a routine? Yeah, okay, yeah, it was the UK Richie with a double I. He's only got 3 videos now. Are they all about me still? He did have a couple that were about something else at one point, but it looks like if he's only got 3 videos, it sounds like he's got into trouble for something. Or maybe he's just changed his mind and decided I'm a nice guy after all. I just split a nail. Do you think you could still get into shape for the ring, Mike? Absolutely fucking not. No. I didn't realize, well, two incidents in the last, I don't know, 6 months or a year that tell me how out of shape I am. When I had the 2-hour running fight with that idiot, how quickly I was out of breath after throwing 3 or 4 punches. And also the other week when I just went to walk to Aldi. Now it's on a steady incline. It's like uphill all the way. And I was out of breath just walking up this slight incline. Because I haven't done anything, I haven't been anywhere, I haven't done anything, I haven't walked anywhere. I used to walk and walk and walk. Prior to that, like in my younger days, I used to run marathons and half marathons. I haven't done anything exertion-wise. I mean, apart from carrying Tina, I guess. So my arms and shoulders are probably okay. My back's fucked. But it's getting better actually because I'm not carrying her as much. She doesn't walk as far. We don't go as often. Gosh, she almost face planted this morning. She insisted on walking up to the top of the road, which I normally, nowadays I take her to the left here. We go out onto the little track and we go left. And we just do a mini walk and turn around. There's 2 distances we can go, kind of 50 yards or 100 yards, and then turn around and come back. Today she insisted on doing the full kind of, I don't know how far it is up to the main road there, 100, 150 yards. And she insisted on going that way. So I took her there. We go to the right hand side and she messes about in the grass verge there. And then she always wants to cross over the track to the other grass verge. And we got halfway there. And if I'd not been holding the lead where I was, she would have face planted into the concrete. I just got her. I just stopped her in time. I still haven't shown her, have I? I started to go and show her earlier and then didn't. Because she's behind me, I think. Yeah, she is, look. Let me see what I can do, folks. I haven't done my intro at all yet. She's right back here, look. There you go, darling. Hey, talk to the peoples. Hello, babe. Hello, you. Hello. She was like edging backwards. She started off here, look. Her water bowl's here and she was drinking the water. She's edged back, and then when I put the lights on, she's gone even more like directly under the lights. Hey, babe. You gonna talk to the peoples? Auntie Karen was here earlier. Okay, that's my glamorous co-host. Are we 2 hours in? Almost. And I haven't done my intro. I haven't pointed you at my PayPal link either. We'll maybe take care of business shortly. There's no point. There's no point being here if I can't get my grift on. Alright, that's fully charged. Okay. Could I still get in shape? I don't know. I doubt it. At my age. I mean, clearly it's not impossible for someone aged, what am I this year, 58? I will be in a month or two. It's not impossible to get in shape at 58. It's probably dangerous. If I start running and fucking press-ups and crunches and... Maybe I should do the Tai Chi that I keep blocking in the ads on fucking YouTube. Sick of those bastard adverts. Do you know some of them, if you let them run, they'll run for 10 minutes. So you normally get a really slow advert, you know, one with the really slow progress bar. It takes a minute to go across the bottom of the fucking screen. And then you get this one that comes after it and you think, oh good, that's really zipping, that's going to be gone in 10 seconds. But if you're not there to push the skip button, that advert will play for fucking 10 minutes. So you're half asleep, you're dozing, you may be laying on your other side and you can't be asked rolling over and you're just listening. If you're not there to push that fucking button, those ads will go on forever. I tend to block them in the end. So not to confuse UK Richie, who comes here and is a good bloke, with UK Richie with the double I. I will just point that out so anybody... I was ill a few weeks back and went for tests at the doctor, which would get you an RV. Oh God. How does it work? Right. I watch a guy online called Trucker Liam. As you can tell from the name, he's a trucker. Great channel. He's got, it's a little bit over the top with all the mod cons he's got in his cab. So behind the driver's seat and what have you, you've got the sleeping area and whatever. He's got it set out with the fucking LCD TV, OLED, whatever it is. He's got gaming consoles. He's got his big power bank. I can't remember what brand it is. It's not an EcoFlow. He's got, you know, something similar. And he powers air fryers and induction stoves and a mini oven. I'm sure that he stores all of his gadgets, all his kitchen gadgets, in the container at the back. I'm sure if we could see, I'm sure he's just living out of the fucking container. But if you park up and drink a couple of beers, as he does, are you not in charge of a vehicle still? I mean, in fairness, I've only ever seen him drink one beer with his dinner, but he'll cook air fryers and shit. He'll put like put a chicken and some chips in the air fryer, and then boil some veg on the induction stove. But then he'll sit down with a beer. I always wonder how does that? Same with an RV. If you're living in an RV and you sit down one night with a 6-pack of beer or whatever, how are you legally there? Now, you're not drinking and driving, but in a lot of countries you don't have to be driving. You just have to be in charge of the vehicle. Also, I don't drive, and I probably wouldn't be allowed to be like the registered keeper of a vehicle, would I? The owner and the registered keeper are two separate entities in law. That might just be Britain. I don't know about other countries. Also, where would I park an RV? A lot of Europe is becoming very much against RVs. A lot of places in Spain now are making it so that if you're not on like an official campsite, paying you €15 a night or more, you're not allowed to stay in it. You can park it on a road if you're not in it. If you park it outside your house or something. You can't park it and live in it. A lot of places. One short about me, one about someone else, and another video about you and random shit. Sounds like he's been made to remove some of the ones that were like quite threatening. I'm going to come down, I'm going to beat you up and throw you off the cliffs. You can't say that, can you? It's quite pathetic, really. He was hiding behind the camera, saying a lot of things you couldn't even understand. Yeah, when we first found him, we pondered whether he wasn't drunk at the time. We think we narrowed the accent down to Mansfield, somewhere like that, Nottinghamshire-ish, and couldn't work out if it was a cheap, shitty flat or if it was a caravan, from the look of the doors and things. But yeah. What you want to do with your life? Is that a question for me? I just want to survive. Or is that's in reference to your link to a video, presumably a song. We are poor Tina girl. Yeah, I'm starting to think, unless we see another period of recovery like we did the last time that I suggested a timeline, it's probably 6 or more weeks ago now. I thought she had 2 or 3 weeks left, and then she had a period not just of stabilization but of slight recovery, but now the front legs just really aren't there, and also because the front legs aren't there and she's not walking on them, the front claws are getting bigger, and I don't have any actual doggy nail cutters, so I've been clipping them with mine, but it's not they're big. I need to be able to take more off, because she's not grinding them down by walking on them, by using them. So that's becoming an issue. And also because we're not going out and walking as much, she's laying on the pads more, and I don't always know what she's done and when, and so it's getting a little bit matted back there. No opened wounds as yet. She did lose a few tufts of hair though. It was more matted than I. So I'm trying to wipe her down a couple of times a day with like wet wipes, I've also got a squeezy bottle with soapy water in that I use for washing my own hands and stuff. But I've been trying to wash that area, and every now and again a bit of alcohol gel, because I noticed the flies gathering. So they're sensing something in that area, and I'm trying to put them off. But it's getting to be more and more work. She has a tendency of lying on one specific side. I think it's because she wants to look out of the door to the left, so she's lying on her left side, backside towards me, head to the bottom of the bed, laying on her left so she can peer around the doorway more easily. If she was on her right side, she'd be kind of looking backwards behind her. So the back left is getting a little bit matted and, you know, less than ideal. So I don't think we've got much I've got no context for these links, Farmer. I don't know what you're doing or saying, mate. On the road again. On the road with Delta Mike. Yeah, but who's going to drive? I can't. On the road again. Oh, I can't place that. Somewhere from the 60s or 70s, probably the 70s. On the road again. Can't get that one. VW camper. You need to click the link, yeah, but you know I can't. Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson. She's the one. I know it's country and western, whatever. Was he in Folsom Prison at the same time as Johnny Cash? Is that how he got his start? Was that Willie Nelson? Little scrawny bloke, white beard. I think that's the right one. I'm gonna have to look at her. If I just type Willie Nelson Folsom Prison, I think I've got the right guy. I usually do. How do you spell Folsom? Folsom? Is it simple as that? Folsom Prison. Now I don't want him to sing the song. I'm wanting to know if Johnny Cash performed there but wasn't an inmate there. That's right, I got that bit wrong, didn't I? No, Willie Nelson was ever in Folsom Prison. Where have I got that from then? Somebody's probably posted. If I remove the Folsom and just say ever in prison. Never served time in a state or federal penitentiary. Arrested multiple times for marijuana. So that's not who I'm thinking of then. I'm thinking of a country singer who got his start because he was in prison. How would you ask that question? Country singer got started after being or because of being? After being in prison. I might be just fantasizing here, folks. I might have just made some shit up. Jelly Roll, Jason DeFord. Merle Haggard. That's probably going to be the one, isn't it? That's more likely, Merle Haggard. The other ones I've never heard of. Jelly Roll and David Allan Coe. They're not going to be, people I've never heard of are not going to be the ones I'm thinking of. Okay, Merle Haggard was in San Quentin. Here we go. Turning Point. Witnessed an execution and watched Johnny Cash perform live at San Quentin. Released his debut chart hit after his 1960 release. That's who I was thinking of then. Has to be one that I'd heard of, even if the right name didn't come to mind. Tara's seeing 13 likes, I'm only seeing 12. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Well, he was really known for it, I guess. He was the Southern Snoop Dogg. Of a different generation, though. We have been keep calm and carrying on Britain for some years now, says Keith, sign of nature. You must have stepped away when we had a brief conversation about the Kennedy assassination. I said that you were my favourite conspiracy theorist, but then you didn't respond to the intro. We've been keeping calm and carrying on in Britain now for years. Yeah, I'll be honest. I see tough times ahead. I don't think I see a civil war. I've said this before. I see a major, short-lived major uprising, akin to Kristallnacht that happened in Nazi Germany, but not against the Jews, obviously, against the, well, we all know against who. I'm not going to say it. I'll get in trouble with YouTube. Politics, though, I'm not really there. I'm scrolling forward. Farmer says something, then says drop. Where's Jasper? I'll post an AC/DC song. Or Tony Akadaka, whose name is derived from the AC/DC song. Which I was totally unaware of until it was explained to me. I don't know any of the, I probably won't even know any of these songs when I see them. Okay, folks, we're over 2 hours in. My beer is warm as hell. I'm not really enjoying drinking it. I might go get my plastic glass and the bottle of vodka to go with the cola. I've only got that much cola left, so that'll go down more smoothly than the beer's doing. I think the beer's just adding to my kind of upset stomaciness. If I might retract a message. Okay, folks, 13 people here. We're over 2 hours and I still haven't done the intro. Do you think I should do that now? Just in case there's anybody out there who's just dropping in wondering, what is this? What are we watching and why? Why is there this guy sat? Why has he got a coat hanger hanging from a parasol? with fairy lights on it. Why is he topless? Why is he sat in a field? Can you tell I'm in a field? I'm not sure what you can tell. Don't know if you can see much of my background. The street light there's the moon and stuff, look. When you can see the moon above New York City. I'm not in New York. We shall come to where I am momentarily. Okay folks, you are watching Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's my fake name, but it's all you're getting. If you want to know my real name, you have to go and watch my haters channel. He likes to shout it out lots. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough. Whoop, and whistles because he hasn't got any teeth. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's Delta Mike, down and out, in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am an Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain. The main circumstances being my bank won't let me have my money because they say I'm not me. And the police seem to have a thing about not letting me out of the country. Those two things. Oh, and my bank, to get my money back from my bank, they say I have to go to the UK and stand in my branch. Not in any branch of theirs, because they've got branches here. But I have to go back to the UK and stand in my branch with my passport and 3 forms of ID. Currently my account is closed. That's nice. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, between my bank saying I have to go back to the UK to get my money and the police not letting me leave the country, a little bit buggered. Dying dog, belongings in a field, all complicates matters. Hey. So that's it, Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. The program you're watching is a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast, which I may bring back one day. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed 7 days in the life of. Currently there's not really worth doing because there's nothing happens, hardly. It'd be a very short program. If I was to tell you about the past 7 days, what have I had? 2 visitors in the field. Those were Rob, who visited, brought me some beer and the vodka, and Michael, who's another homeless guy that was walking past, and I said hello and invited him into the field, have a sit down and a chat. I've had 2 or 3 instances of people walking through the field, and other than that I've been nowhere, I've done nothing. So there wouldn't be much. Back when we did TrampCast, I could say, oh, we went off, me and the doggy went off to the park and had a lovely afternoon, sat under the trees. I maybe would have done a video from the park, and that would have been a separate standalone video. I rarely do real videos nowadays because there's nothing to do videos about. So TrampCast kind of died a death because my life, I don't go anywhere, I don't do anything, there's nothing to report. And so TrampCast Hangouts, that's where me and you guys just hang out and chat. It's called Just Talking on some platforms, I guess, is the kind of the tagline or the hashtag you would use for these things. But I went with TrampCast Hangout as the name of the thing. That's what you're watching, folks. It's just a tramp in a field. Bankster gangsters, yeah. Any CCTV near your area overlooking you? Not that I know of. Warm beer not good for stomach ache. Soda pop would help more, or brioche. Yeah, well, that's what I've been chugging on the cola the last couple of days. That's why there's so little left. But I figure I'm gonna have it with a splash of vodka. Since I've got the vodka, they're both. Well, no, the cola had been in the fridge. It's still a little bit cool. The vodka's in the fridge. The bank is very contradictory. Why can we apply for accounts online without having to go into a branch? The UDC baffles me, and it's jumped. The UDC baffles me, but they want to confirm identity in person, a flaw in the system. We see, well, a lot of people never get called in. Technically, you have to prove your ID to your bank I'm not sure if it's 2 years or 3 years. But what tends to happen, you'll walk in with some query about a direct debit or a standing order or some unrecognised payment that's on your bank balance. And you'll walk in and you'll ask them about it. And because they've sent out the statement and you've gone back in with it, it kind of proves you. So they just tap a button on the keyboard after they've entered your account details, and you never get called in to prove ID. So a lot of people have got no idea this is even happening. It's like you're kind of being spied on every time you go in and make an inquiry. They will just reaffirm that you're you. Because I'm in a foreign country, that never happened, and they just closed my bank account and stole my money. Technically not stolen it, but they've taken the money out of my account, put it into their account, and it's down to me to do the correct steps to reclaim it. At which point they will, I don't know, reactivate the account or create a new account. I'm not sure what the technical terminology is. But, yeah. What's annoying to me is that when I opened the account, I gave them an email address, and they now say there's never been an email address on that account. It is an email address I no longer have access to. It was my personal domain name. DM at and first name last name.co.uk. Yeah. They also said they had nothing on record to suggest that I was going to be going abroad, which is a total fucking lie, because I told them I was going abroad and that the account was specifically going to be my rainy day fund. I guess they just don't record these details, and then later on they tell you, no, we've not got anything on record. Well, you wouldn't have if you don't fucking record it. Sorry, I get angry, I swear a lot. You haven't recently stopped an international burglary ring? No, I just stopped the garage from getting robbed. But no, not an international burglary ring. Not yet. War on cash, closing branches. Yeah, I'm aware of this type of thing. I'm not a fan of it. I was brought up to always use cash. So even when you've got a cash card, my way would be to go to a cash point, take the money out, and then whatever you spend it on is fucking untraceable. Nobody's business but yours. I never did store cards or club cards or whatever, because that's just about tying what you buy with who you are. Never gone in for any of that. I want to be anonymous in life. Now if I'm doing tippy-tappy purchases, but it's not in my name, so it doesn't matter. My tippy-tappy bank card is in someone else's name. Just to help channel my PayPal funny money, you know, electronic, invisible, not real money, into something I can actually spend, because nowhere over here accepts PayPal. Very few. I mean, some online purchases, yeah, probably Leroy Merlin. Not sure about that actually. I'm not sure whether I use the card as a card when I buy online. I think most things I bought from Leroy Merlin, I think Karen's bought them and I've refunded her. Oh, fucking stomach. Probably going to end up being sick again tonight, folks. Hopefully not on camera. Yeah, war on cash closing branches, yeah. Buses now, I was reading the other day, or it must have been a video, I don't really read. Buses now in the UK are card only. I don't know if that's everywhere or if it's a specific region. It might have been London, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think people should open bank accounts and put like a tenner each in and then swap cards with someone else. So then person B has got a bank account in the name of person A. Person A has got a bank account in the name of person B. You put the money into the one you're spending from. You know, you're not spending each other's money, but you're just making it more difficult for the fucking government or whatever to be tracking. That would be my answer. That would be my answer. They only ask the odd security question when I get money at the counter. Oh man, years and years ago, I was teaching people how to use computers in their own houses, and I was building computers for people. And every time I got my wife to take the money into the bank, every time she went, they were pestering her with questions. Not the security stuff, but just, are you running a business? Do you want to open a business account? Do you want this? Maybe we can do something better for you. Do you need a loan? Just shut the fuck up. Yeah. Pretty soon we went pretty heavily in on PayPal with the business and just transferring it into the bank account. So PayPal knew who the money had come from, but not why. The money then goes in as a lump sum into the bank. The bank knows it's come from PayPal, but not why. And we don't get any questions at the fucking counter. And then if you need to make a big payment out somewhere, it's a bank transfer. So they know who it's going from and who it's going to, but not why. That kind of thing. But I still have a preference for cash. My personal spends were always take a lump out of the cash machine and spend, rather than tippy-tappying everywhere, which is admittedly what I'm doing now. I believe in theory I would go to a cash machine and I could enter my PIN code and take the money out in cash. But a lot of these cash machines, when you're taking it from an English account and taking it out abroad, they sting you in so many ways. So many cash machines over here, there's just a fee for using the cash machine, full stop. Whatever happened to cash machines? All the banks cooperated and interoperated, and anybody could use anybody's cash machine, and it was all just for free at the point of use. Now they're like best part of £3 to use a cash machine. And don't get me started on how they rob you on the exchange rates and shit. I don't think that's fair when you've told them your circumstances. Yeah, but can you prove that I've told them, or can I prove that I've told them? If the guy I told didn't make a fucking note of it, and I was doing it face to face, it's not like it was a telephone conversation that might be recorded somewhere. Criminalize withdrawals, yeah. Gary says birds, question mark. Fiat currency? Is that where you're going? where money is all done on trust, rather than real currency where it's backed by gold. I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of. I've stopped paying everything with debit cards, says Tara. What do you do instead? You shouldn't make big purchases with debit cards, because if the company that you've just sent the money to, if you're sat waiting for the product to arrive and they go bust, you're not covered by any kind of legal protection, whereas credit cards do. Ombudsman, the banking ombudsman. Yeah, people talk to me about that, but I'm just scrolling back. Here they're also removing ATM cash machines. I think 8 are gone on our local mall over the past 2 years. Burger King is now cashless. If you don't have a bank card, you can't eat there. Wow. Look at the system in China. Yeah. If you're not responsible charging your phone, it affects your credit score and how reliable you are. Yeah, that social scoring stuff that then affects your credit and whether you're even, if you say the wrong thing, they just turn your banking off. Private properties, private securities and personal liberties. Tara hates it, restaurants that only use QR codes and cards. What? Gorgonzola cheese on toast, runny and chunky. Gorgonzola. There's Keith and his usual jus in rem, not a quasim persona. It's like, I'm a real person, not a legal person. England, just solely Angli. I don't remember what it all means, but it's... The higher-ups are desperate to try and keep tabs on us and control us. Yeah, and even if it's not to control us, it's to aggregate us into groups that we can then be marketed to or campaigned to for elections and things. Wait until everything becomes cashless. Then there is nothing we can hide from. I was just about to read about Leroy Merlin. Where did it jump? I don't know which way it jumped. Do you still get cash back in the UK? I've never seen that in Spain. So in the UK, let's say you spent 20 quid, they'd ask if you wanted cash back, and you could ask them to just round it up to 50 and they'd give you 30 quid on top of the 20 you just spent. Never seen that in Spain. Ombudsman, okay, I'm going backwards from here. Burger King cashless, that's crazy. I cannot, this has been a real pain tonight. Yeah, we have co-op banks. Where are you, JMR? Co-ops or cooperatives that don't charge fees at the ATM for other banks, and usually the bank doesn't charge a fee either in exchange. Yeah, it used to be like an agreement. We won't charge your customers if you don't charge our customers. But I guess some banks are bigger than others, have more customers, and it puts more of a strain on the smaller banks. So what happens with people who pay their dealers cash? They remove big chunks in the drug industry when cash is gone. This might be another reason. Well, money laundering, and this will be reasons that they'll put forward for why they're doing it. And at some point it'll become think of the children, because that's their other favourite fucking... Just an AI chat about your situation. It suggested easing a complaint. Placing, I'm not sure. A complaint with the bank about unreasonable treatment, and if no remedy, to contact the financial ombudsman. Yeah, that's been suggested in the past. Probably by Keith further down. Here they also removing a. Okay, that I think I'm back to where I was. Burger King cashless. Did I? Oh, I feel like I'm back down way below where I was. I can't keep fighting the. It's pulled me right down to the bottom. Yeah. Acidic. Not sure about Delta Mike. Hopefully, just stomach bug, not ulcer. I think with me, it's just lack of eating. Pretty sure. It ties in with why I'm weak and wibbly. It ties in with kind of acid or whatever's going on, whatever disruption's going on there. Ties in with what's happening at the other end with when it comes out. Yeah. Russell, hello. Hope you're both okay. I will try to catch you up. I certainly fucking can't. Chat is impossible tonight. Jumping all over the bloody place. JMR. You got a real name there, JMR? The one that you want to share? Are you a John or a Jack or a... I don't know. Jemima? I've no idea. I'm not just assuming you're a male. Cash isn't going away anytime soon. Politicians need ways to get bribes other than just gold. Oh, well, they have ways anyway, though, don't they? They get people to buy a £20,000 pizza, $20,000, whatever, or they get their son to knock up a piece of shit art that someone then buys for $250,000. It doesn't matter whether it's cash or not. If you can pretend that it was payment for a good or service rendered. Oh. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna finish this beer. I'm gonna set that to one side. Maybe that's awful. Oh. I'm gonna go get my glass. I gotta go in one door and get on the bed to get my glass. And then I gotta get the bottle of vodka out of this side of the tent. Give me about a minute and a half. And I'll be right back with you. Oh. How far back are you, Tina? We're still good. A little bit further. Excuse the man flesh. I'll be right back with you. Oh. Hello, Tina. You don't want your water, sweetheart? Let me... Okay, folks, I got my glass. I've got to go get the vodka still. Here you go, Tina. There you go, babe. Have some waters. Move this pour. If you move this pour, I can put the water down now, look. Are you gonna knock it over? If you don't want it. I don't know. There it is anyway. You were too far away from it before. Oh, it's lovely and cold. I'm gonna cuddle it. Oh, Jesus. What's the temperature now? Is it still 28? You know what's going to happen though, folks? As soon as the temperature drops below 25 degrees one day later this week, maybe, hopefully, it's going to feel cold. I don't think she's had a drink of it. She's not interested in her water at the minute. Right, let me just pour. I would normally use the cap as a measure, but this one's got such a tiny cap. I'll probably just pour what looks like about the right amount in the bottom. I'm going to cuddle this one. It's too nice. Maybe I'll just put it, will it sit there? Yeah, it can sit there. Cold is not as cold as it was. Well, let me show you how much I poured, just so that we won't get any comments. Oh, I'll turn the brightness down by accident. And now I can't get it to go back up. Full medium. Were we on? I think we were on medium, were we? I think we were. Just a splash. Just a splash of cola because I haven't got too much left. Like I said, I'm going to ask my mate Ismo if he can't bring me a carrier bag full of Coke bottles. Not Coke, but cola. Cheap supermarket stuff. Cheers, folks. That's a lot better on the stomach. Farmer's posted a link. I assume it's a song, and his cryptic text is Leroy. I'm guessing that's because I mentioned a shop called Leroy Merlin. Gary, talking to Andy, says anything vinegar or acidic is hell for me. Feels like an inferno. This is what makes me think my dad had Helicobacter back in the day. As he got older, he used to love to kind of crush up half an orange in water and put some of the peel in as well. But over the years, he just couldn't touch it anymore. It got too much. So over time, his ability to take acidic food was reducing. This was when I was a teenager, I guess. Early. Might even have been before teenage years. But I suspect, because our generation's parents came through like the war years or post-war, lots of what's the word? Deprivation, I guess. And it is a bug that is passed within families. Anything stomach, you know how somebody gets the shits, someone else in the house will get it. There's a lot of cross-contamination goes on within a family when you've got something like that. Yeah. So I never had it confirmed, but I'm sure my dad had Helicobacter pylori and the beginnings of an ulcer. Don't know how that worked out. Who knows? Bugger ran off to get some milk and didn't come back. Not quite, but not far off. Whoa, why are they jumping so fucking much? I wonder if I could make a chat app to make it easy for people working on a single device like Mike. Time was I probably could have built one myself. But just need fucking YouTube to do their job and make their own chat work fucking better. It's unforgivable how shit the YouTube app is. Do you know I can't type anything in chat? There's not a box at the bottom of chat for if I wanted to like post a link or something. I got to open it on a second device. Can't initiate a poll. You can do nothing from this app. And if you accidentally click in the wrong place and it takes you out the app, you can end the stream. I take a risk every now and again, step out, close the app entirely, and come back in, and 9 times out of 10 it says, oh, you know, you've looks like you've crashed out of a stream, do you want to resume? 9 times out of 10 you click resume and it works, but not always. There's been some streams where I've had to end the stream and create another one and hope that people come across and find me. I'm seeing 18 thumbs up, folks. I'd 19. Appreciate if we could hit 20. I always like to see 20. Here's one for you. So do you remember about 2.5 weeks ago, my internet, I do pay as you go. But what happens is generally, it was 15 euros per month. And I would put 15 euros on account with the company, and when it's time to take the money, they take it. And that auto renews. But what happened was they didn't tell me that we were at that time of the month. And so it expired. And so I had to go to the phone shop the next day. And I decided to take the plunge and switch to the next package down. For 10 euros a month instead of 15. I had hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes rolling over every month. But now I know why. But I switched to a 100 gigabyte package, which is only 3 gigs a day. Well, just over. Or just under 4 if it's, I mean, it's 28 days. It's not even I don't know why, but it's not even a month. It's 28 days, it's 4 weeks. So they get 13 payments per year, I guess. A couple of days ago, I got like 10 days left until that period is over. And I had about 8 gigabytes left. So I knew it was going to be tight at the end of the month. But after that stream ended on Friday, the YouTube app stuck saying it was trying to upload the video, which seems weird. I don't know why. This is another one with the YouTube app. I'm telling you 2 things here. The YouTube app being shit and Labara, my phone provider, being shit. Something on my phone has stolen 5 gigabytes or more. So I've got like 2 or 3 gigabytes left a day or 2 after having 8 gigabytes to last 10 days. So now I've still got like 8 or 9 days, but I've only got 2 gigabytes or maybe 3. Now I did have 15 euros on account, and so I've recreated the bigger package and the 15 euros a month package. But I've had to create it today because I didn't want to run out of credit. They're pestering me to pay something like 6 euros for 3 gigabytes of extra data. I'm not paying 2 fucking euros per gigabyte. Not when I can get 250 for 15. The fuck are they talking about? What's that work out? Something like 17 gigabytes per euro. Why would I pay 2 euros per gigabyte just for a top up to see me through at the end of the end of the month? So I've gone back to the bigger package. The problem was that the 10 euro package was so much less data than the 15. 10 euros gets you 100 gig, 15 euros gets you 250. And anything you don't use rolls over. So when the last one ended, I had 250 in the pot waiting to roll over, which evaporates if you can't pay exactly on time. If you haven't got the money already on account with them, it expires. It disappears. You get robbed of it even though it's yours. Bastards. But this 5 gigabytes or so that disappeared, I think it's because the YouTube app's saying I'm trying to upload the last stream. But why? It was streamed. YouTube's already got it. Why is my app sitting there burning data trying to upload stuff for days? I don't get it. The YouTube app is just shit. What would I like in a chat stream app? Just for all the fucking messages to be there and for it to put to when you scroll and you leave it somewhere, that's where I want it to be when you go back to it. I'd also like it to still be on fucking screen. This one fades after 5 seconds and I have to physically put my finger on the screen all the time. But the jumping about is unforgivable. It's also stress that makes the body ill like this. Yeah, it can be, yeah. I mean, that was always what they said about ulcers anyway. That's what I'm seeing 20 likes now, Tara, but I am behind. That was at 40. What you posted that at 41. It's currently 51. I'm 10 minutes behind. Think about what you need in a tool to make chat easier to manage for you. Well, the problem is it has to be on screen at the same time as the video. Unless I'm running it on unless I run it on the tablet. I haven't even been able to find my way into the live studio app. Not app, web page. I can get into the YouTube studio page, but there's a live.studio.youtube or something. I don't know. When I tried, it seemed to indicate that was only for people who were broadcasting from their browser. I don't know. I gave up on YouTube doing their job. That's why I have my own chat app already. Yeah. I should have seen other YouTube streamers do it. Most people I see who have a kind of a smooth experience with chat are doing it from third parties. So I think you set your stream up in YouTube, but you don't start it in the YouTube app. You take your streamer address, and I can't remember what they have, a 3-letter acronym or whatever, a 3-letter name for it. You take that and then you open that. It's not RDA, it's something like that though, isn't it? You open it up in a third-party app, and then you can have other features. So StreamYard, Streamlabs, there's other ones. I can't remember the mobile one that Scruff Dog pointed me at once upon a time. I started to play with it, and somehow I didn't stick with it. I didn't keep experimenting enough. Don't know. YouTube are useless though, yeah. You're at 20. I do believe I am. Now that should mean, according to YouTube law, not law L-A-W, but L-O-R-E, which could all be superstition, but apparently that means that more alerts are more likely to go out to more people, and more people might drop by. Andy just said something and I'm looking for context. No, I can't. And now it's just jumped to the bottom. Ah, God, let me try and read that name. Let me try and parse it. Is it Genesia Prinsloo? Or Jane's Saya Prinsloo? Sorry. Hello, I'm one of the moon. What is this interesting channel? Okay, a little while ago I did my intro. Look at this. Have I been disconnected? I didn't notice. The timer's gone all wonky. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's my pretend name, my online stage name. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Because why not? So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I'm a Brit, an Englishman, trapped by circumstance in Spain. My bank don't believe I'm me, won't let me have my money, thousands of pounds, not many thousands, but some thousands, won't let me have my money until I go back to England, stand in my particular branch with my passport and 3 forms of ID. None of which I can do because the Spanish police are a bunch of bastards and won't let me leave the country. Or at least at the last attempt wouldn't let me leave the country. Arrested me at the airport. Said I had an outstanding warrant, which was a warrant no one had told me about. I missed a court date that no one gave me. All over something and nothing. The most ridiculous thing you could ever heard of, but I'm not going to go into that here, right now. Silly argument with an old couple in a pub where they were the most out of control. But we won't go into that. So that's what the channel is. And this is just me and a bunch of people who used to watch another show that I did, and a bunch of other people who found me along the way, and we just hang out and chat. They ask questions, I answer. I talk about whatever's on my mind, like the problem I had just recently with my phone provider, Labara, who still won't accept my card payments. So I have to pay through a third-party provider, and I have to pay €3 extra for the privilege. Which doesn't sound like much, but when you're paying either 10 or 15 euros a month for your monthly phone bill, an extra €3 is a lot, especially when you're homeless, living in a field. I'm soft too, says, I don't know where, I don't know how to pass that name. Genesia I'm going to go with, but other people, am I missing something? Have we had clarification? Oh, look, because I got kicked out of chat and came back in, I'm not even on all messages, so I've probably missed loads, folks. I can't even follow my own advice and stick to, how do they word it? Live chat, all messages are visible, rather than top chat, which filters out about a third of messages. So I don't know if it's Jane's, Genesia, 22 likes, Tara C. I'm only seeing 21. I'm always the last to know. Sure, that was the number of likes you had when I joined, so maybe there's some truth to the law. Yeah, I think when you hit 20, supposedly more alerts go out, or at least YouTube is more likely to send out alerts. I'm annoyed that my timer, my counter, has kind of reset. It says 59 minutes where I'm on 2 hours 55 if I'm calculating correctly. Coming up on 3 hours, folks. It's just Ajax requests, isn't it? They go out, they come back asynchronous, and not everybody gets all the updates at the same time. Gary likes using Odyssey and Rumble. I can't even install Rumble in Spain. You go to the YouTube App Store to get Rumble, it says you're not allowed to install it in your location. Now mine is a Spanish account, so it's not that I'm a UK, it's not that it's a UK account and I'm trying to install certain things in Spain. it looks like Rumble, the app, isn't available. Now, I could use the website, but I don't remember the last time I used an actual bloody browser. I'm settled in on the app idea now. I was dead against apps way back in the day. I thought websites were the way to go. But then that's probably because I was a web developer, so probably something to do with that. Oh, that drink is going down so much better than the beer was. And the beer was ripping my stomach apart. Kick is also okay. What's the one that everybody hates? The one that banned Asmongold recently. That's the one that Clive uses, isn't it? Oh, come on. Twitch. There you go, look. I got there in the end, folks. I gave myself a clue. I have to remind myself, because I don't know the answer, so I have to give myself a clue to the answer. Fuck knows how my brain works. YouTube is slow, it's badly programmed, it lacks features. They've currently got an obsession, YouTube, with shorts. Trying to be a TikTok fucking competitor. Which they've lost that battle. They should give up on... Do the thing that you do best. And what they do best is long form. Being the biggest and the best. Then again, if you tell them to only do the thing that you're the best at, they'd probably give up on live streams, because they only did that to compete with some of the other platforms, didn't they? Again, Twitch in particular, I think. I think I'm right in saying Twitch is the biggest live streaming platform. I'm not sure whether YouTube beats them just because of its pure user base. But when it comes to the number of streamers and the number of hours streamed, by the streamers, not viewed by the viewers. Gary says, Mike, I think YouTube is doing this on purpose. You've been almost 3 hours, yeah. But my timer says 1:02. Which is weird, because I wasn't disconnected an hour ago. Whenever this happened, it's recent. So again, it's just piss poor programming on their part. That before, when I stepped out and came back in to restart the stream and the microphone muted from when I came back in, I did not touch that menu on that side of the screen. So how did my microphone get me? I was sat here talking for 5 fucking minutes and nobody could hear a word. It's embarrassing. Use a VPN. I avoid them because I don't trust them. Especially the free ones. Takes money to run a server. Especially one that's doing a lot of data, like if somebody's live streaming or watching videos. If you're not paying, then they're making the money from you somewhere else. With the old adage, if you're not paying, then you are the product. Don't trust them, folks. Some of the leaks and things that have happened, the ones that promise not to keep any records and things, and then there's a leak and all your data's there. Twitch it was. Twitch is more for streaming. It was originally more for streaming games, but you've got like Hassan Piker and Asmongold and well, you had Tectone, but he's binned them off. You've got people like that, some of the big streamers who Charlie White, Penguin Zero is his current nickname, isn't it? Penguins with a Z and then a 0 on the end. You got a lot of just big streamers over there now who are not necessarily gaming. I guess Asmon does still game. But yeah, TikTok has won the battle for shorts, there's no doubt. I don't get them, so I can't navigate. I tried, someone suggested I should release like some of my shorts over on TikTok. I found the app unbearable. Couldn't control it. It just does what it wants to do. You load it and it just starts. It doesn't ask you what you want, what you're looking for. Just fuck off. It's not for me. Maybe I'm just too much of an old man. Farmer Fabrizio Delta Mike, I just need to be off. Good night, Mike, and cheers. Cheers, my friend, and thank you for stopping by, helping me transition from the weekend to the week. I have to be careful not to end that sentence there, don't I? You don't want to help me just transition. That's not what you came here for. Yeah, a lot of gamers use Twitch. They do, and they still do. But it also has some of the other things, doesn't it? The girls sitting in hot tubs and what have you. Some of them are not even in hot tubs, they're just in a fucking kiddie's paddling pool. Whatever. So it's up 102 on your side. Yeah, that's about right. That's what they're basing your live streaming time on. It says 106 here. It's not. It's like I disconnected somewhere around midnight, but I didn't. Whatever happened in the last 20 or 25 minutes. So yeah, good night, Farmer. You're seeing 22 likes. I'm still seeing 21. Vimeo is also long form video. It is. Isn't that used more for like uploading like lessons? Or at least that when it first started it was like tutorials and educational. And didn't you have to pay to upload? You had to pay. I don't know how, I haven't kept track because I'm so far out of the game, out of the whole web game, since I came to Spain 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm not sure what the current, because these companies often pivot, don't they? If what they're doing isn't working, they'll introduce new rules or new ways of doing things or new product, basically. I don't know. You've got things like, what's Linus Tech Tips as one? Float plane? Float plane. There's another kind of video sharing, video uploading app. I doubt they do live streaming yet, though. They're hand rolling it themselves. You did buffer a bit earlier, though, dear. Did I? I wasn't aware of it. Oh. What? Has anyone in America tried putting a penny on the wall? I thought it was all lies. A friend in Pennsylvania tried it and it stuck to the wall with no glue or anything. Whoa! I'm trying to scroll back and it jumped forwards. Sign of nature. Hold on. 2, a 4 and a 16. That's 22. What's that about? I read binary. But there's only 7 bits. It's not even a byte. Ah! I cannot get back. I woke up this morning thinking everything is fake, that this world has been completely surrendered to the madman. Awakening is underway. Some people are noticing. Dr. Wu got banned off YouTube forever. He had 13 years worth of content all gone down the drain. No idea who a Dr. Wu is. Farmer said goodnight to Karen. As far as I know, she's not here at the minute, is she? Vimeo, okay, I think I'm back. Oh, is that what the 22? Is that what the 22 was? Is that what the binary was? Let me check I'm getting that right. You've got a 2, a 4 and a 16. 22. Alright, I didn't have context, but I think I've got you now. You reset when the... Yeah, I deliberately went out and came back in, but the clock carried on being right. It literally carried on being spot on. I knew when I hit 2 hours, yeah, no, it was maybe seconds out. But that might have been what time I started. I might not have started exactly on the hour. In fact, I almost certainly didn't. What's this? I've got to find this about penny on the wall. It sounds interesting. I'm gonna reach for the tablet if I can do it without knocking everything over. Penny on the wall. Is this a specific wall or any house wall? Are you saying that coins are magnetic or why am I using the delete key when there's an X? Penny on the wall. Penny on the floor, penny on the move, penny on the wall. Oh, that's just about throwing pennies close to a wall. Pitching pennies. Pitch and toss. Why are pennies sticking to the wall? That's TikTok. I don't want to do TikTok. Is the penny on the wall glitch real? Old dry walls versus fresh tacky paint to see if there's actually... And there's a woman with a coin stuck to the wall. Did I break the matrix? Why does the penny only stick when I... ... ellipsis. I shall have to investigate that further unless somebody wants to tell me the the idea, the context, the conspiracy. What are people worrying about? All the data centers are causing massive large EMF magnetic fields. But are they? Inverse square law and all that would be my immediate response. Unless you're living like right next door. Double the distance, a quarter of the magnetic field. 4 times the distance, a 16th of the magnetic field. It quickly gets silly. 8 times the distance, a 64th of the, and it quickly drops off. 1 over a kind of an exponent, isn't it, really? Yeah, no. Sounds like crazy mad science to me. It sounds like 5th generation masts were going to fry us all or give us all cancer. Every generation of mast was always going to give us cancer. And the same people who hated 3rd generation moved on to 4th and then decided that 3rd was where we should stay. It's kind of crazy. This year's fucking annoying me. I don't know. Are you alright back there, darling? Hey, babe. Can I reintroduce you to the crowd? When I did my introduction, or reintroduction, I should have introduced my my glamorous co-star, who for some reason started off down here next to me, but has pulled away to sit over there, or lay over there. I think it's to do with being under the lights there. She wants to be under the lights, or at least under the parasol, I'm not sure which. Hey babe, say hello to the people. Farmer's left. Karen was here earlier. Auntie Karen. Auntie Karen was in earlier. She's gone now. She might pop back. Hey babe. You get ready, go and attack. If I tell you to go and kill. Okay, that's my doggie, that's Tina. Tina. Tina the dog. Everyone knows her name. Come join in her games. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, after we finish, YouTube will have the correct count. Makes it difficult for me to judge how big the outages were. If I didn't know that there was an outage, let's say it's kind of 10 seconds or something, and I've just blabbered on and didn't know, we get to the end and I have to go a minute or two, or let's say I'm aiming for the classic 4 hours, because if I don't make it to 4 hours, it takes them 16 or so hours to process all of the live chat replay and everything, and only a fraction of the different resolutions are available tomorrow until we hit that 16-hour mark. But let's say I'm aiming for that 4 hours and I'm going to hang up there. I have to be careful not to end when their timer says 3 hours 59 internally, because that can hang me up for basically I'll lose a day's worth of viewers, or anyone who does drop in and sees that the chat's not available probably leaves pretty rapidly, because these things are reliant on following chat and what people are saying. A penny or dime, literally you just put it on the wall and it sticks like a magnet. If you see the 22 in binary, it means you have broken out of the matrix, or just that you can read binary. Why did you go with 7 digits though? There is a song called that by Takara. It explains it all. Yeah, okay. I still want to know why you've gone with a 7-digit byte, or why they've gone with a 7-bit byte. What do you call it when you use the final, the last byte? Sorry, the last bit. Is it signing? That one becomes negative 256 or 5, 256, and that's how you can have signed integers. No, it must mean, yeah, if you make that minus 256, you can have a figure between minus 128 and plus 128, and I can't remember what that's called. Yeah, no, I used to know. I can do binary. I know what that's called, I just can't remember what that's called. I'm going to ask. We're going to look it up. When the 8th bit turns the whole number negative, what's it called? I don't know how to word this fucking question. Binary. Are you going to call that the first bit or the 8th bit? Okay, I'll call it the highest bit. We'll go big endian. Highest bit. Fuck. A name taken from Lilliput. Binary. Highest bit turns number negative. What's it called? Name of system. Name of process. Name of system. I don't know. I'm winging it, folks. Why have I got the most significant bit? Signed number representation systems. Two's complement. Hold on. Two's complement. Okay, that's the name. I would never have got that. The standard system using modern computers where a leading 1 means negative and the bit carries a negative place value, so 256, and then you use the other numbers to bring it up. No, negative 100. Oh God. The others only add up to 128, don't they? 120, 0 to 127, so 128 options. Yeah, anyway. Huge compliment. I knew it had a name. I do remember that name, but I didn't. I would never have. You could have put that on a multiple choice, I still wouldn't have got it. Nothing sticks to my walls unless I use super glue. Or wallpaper paste if you're sticking wallpaper up. Oh, okay, Mike. I only had one warning triangle in my car. I know this for a fact. Now there are two. It's impossible. Somebody's borrowing your car. Somebody's going in your car. Does a lockpicking lawyer live nearby? Well, that other guy, I can't remember his name. It's an Irish sounding name. He was getting sued, wasn't he, by a lock company because he showed that their products were shit. Hey Tina, Gary's dog Tyson sends his love. Is he fully recovered now from his cuts, bites, wasn't it, from fighting I don't remember what animal he was fighting. It wasn't a dog, was it? You're in Africa, it could have been anything. It could have been a fucking lion. I was about to say it could have been a lion or a tiger, but then I stopped myself because I remembered there are no tigers in Africa. Contrary to popular belief. Our leaders are herding us to slaughter and captivity. Mark Zuckerberg has been fined $1.4 trillion. Can you imagine having that in your bank account? He doesn't have though, does he? Isn't Elon the only trillionaire? And even that's only on paper. Share options and things that haven't been executed yet. The guy struggled to find a couple of $100 million to buy Twitter. Or was it it might have been a couple of billion. I don't know how much he paid. But he struggled to get the money together. He's kind of a house of cards. He uses one money, he leverages the money from one company to form another company, to form another company, to form a branch of the company that he then tries to spin off. So, what's the satellites thing called that he does? The internet. I don't remember. But wasn't that a part of SpaceX? So SpaceX were launching their own satellites to do a near-Earth bunch of satellites for internet. Starlink. I remembered it. I'm sure someone's already posted it in chat, but I got there on my own, folks. But then he's just spun Starlink off, hasn't he? They've just, what do they call that? Where you release the shares to the public, an IPO? An initial public offering, look at that. Fuck, I'm good. I remember the things I don't know. Spoons and forks and knives no longer spark in a microwave. Do you know what they have done with things though? They've made it so that you can heat a plate up in a microwave. Which this is about 10 or 12 years ago. I had an argument with someone that this shouldn't work. And he was saying, no, I regularly heat my plates. And I'm saying, there's only two things heat up in a microwave. Water and metal. Why is your pottery plate, why is your ceramic plate heating up in a microwave? They put tiny metal particles in the clay now, in the ceramic. so that you can warm them up in a microwave. I worked in a place where a microwave had a metal shelf that didn't cause... I don't understand, but yeah, when I worked in a cafe when I was... Was I at uni or was it just before I went to uni? That was between the first and second year at uni. And yeah, no, there's a metal shelf in the microwave. You got 2 layers. You got 2, yeah. Gina, quiet down. It's okay, it's just people walking past. 2 half-naked men walking down to the beach at 1:20 on a Sunday night. How romantic. Yeah, no, we had metals that could go in the microwave that didn't spark, and I've got no understanding of how that. I've never really looked into it. Can you be tuned to like a certain frequency where it doesn't happen? I don't know. Microwaves are like Faraday cages. When you don't want to be tracked, just leave your phone inside it. Obviously, don't switch it on. Microwaves, as far as I understand it, if you're looking through the door of a microwave, you can usually see the grid. It looks more like a honeycomb than a grid. They're tuned, but to the specific frequency of the microwaves. I don't think they stop all radiation. Put a radio in there. You know, a little transistor radio, if you can still get such things. I'm not sure they block everything. My understanding is they're tuned to the it's not going to be like exact, but they're tuned to a range of frequencies that the microwaves have been emitted at, and they bounce around at. Perforation, microwaves, okay, yeah. Let me just scroll back, see whether I've missed anything. Yeah, look. Elon is an alien. He's the whitest African American I've ever seen. Tyson's doing good, thanks for remembering. It was him against 4 police trained dogs. He's all good and cheeky as ever. 4 trained police dogs. Are the police getting in trouble for having dogs on the loose, or what? High-tech's role, they stole and thus own all our data, so they control the power whenever they choose to. They are kind of the robber barons of our age. Starting with Bill Gates, I would say. Although you've got some of the other ones, Larry Ellison, who was Oracle, and then they've just bought half of Hollywood, haven't they? The Ellison family. I can't remember the companies. He started out with Oracle, and then they took over a bigger company, then took over a bigger company, and now they've bought half of Hollywood. Is it Warner? Is it the whole Warner Brothers thing? So a lot of the people that are anti-woke were hoping that he would turn Hollywood around, because you can't believe some of the films they're making and the way they're making them, and the statements that the actors and actresses make about, oh, this film, oh, this is going to be the gayest Star Wars ever. And you're thinking, all right, you've just reduced your audience down to 5 to 10% of the population, whereas your potential audience used to be, I'm going to say Star Wars is a mainly male thing. Your potential audience was 50% of the population. It's now not. So you'd think that the money men would have put Hollywood in their place and said, don't do that, don't say that, don't make the films like that. You want to maximize your potential audience. That's your kind of dragnet. You're a trawler and you're trying to bring in, you're trying to catch, as many of the potential audience as possible. If you reduce your potential audience with stupid statements or stupid decisions during filming or directing or whatever, writing, you're going to lose money. You can't spend 200, 300, 400 million making a film and then let the actors and actresses run off their mouths, and now your $400 million film is only going to bring in 50 million at the box office, and you as the studio only get half of the box office. So many films in the last 10 years have been such big losses. So everyone thought that Larry Ellison taking over whichever of the... He's not just taking over a studio, he's taking over a huge company that has multiple studios and brands under it. And yeah, people think that should turn it around. It's going to take time because of the staff under him. Let's have a look. It's 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz that's causing all the illnesses like depression, etc. Wi-Fi is evil. You've got to be doing rage bait now. That's got to be radiation bath. No, landlords have a training school, so they train security and police dogs 6 weeks over training. Oh, okay, they're in the process of being trained. C-3PO always had a gold leg. It was never silver. C-3PO is gold all over, isn't he? Luca Benidorm. Hello, my friend. Why are there so many Krakens? Titans, Krakens. Now you've lost me. Kraken. What's a Kraken? It's Greek mythology, isn't it? Where's Matey Girl with the snakes for a head? Was she a Kraken? Medusa. I gotta refresh myself. You see, I know words, but maybe I've just lost context. Maybe I'm missing a message. Release the Kraken. Kraken or Krakens? Legendary sea monster, a giant size from Scandinavian. Okay, it's not even Greek. Scandinavian folklore. So what's the word I'm looking for then? I gotta come back. I'll come back to the Medusa question. Why are we talking about large sea monsters? I mean, it turns out that mega giant squids are a thing. I don't know how we got here. Am I missing? Have I lost? No, I'm still on live chat. I'm not missing chats. Haven't been to the cinema in years. Films are just used for propaganda. There's propaganda on multiple levels, isn't there? I don't know if you've noticed, I'm a little bit anti-woke. When you hear an actor or an actress saying it's great to have a platform to promote this, that, or the other, my first thought is the only platform you should have as an actress is a fucking stage. Get up on the stage, say your lines, and after that, keep your fucking gob shut. And so many of the best actors say the same. Ian McKellen, Anthony Hopkins, the black fella in America who plays God. Why can I not remember his name? Black guy, white hair, plays God. What's that? Kicks the bucket list. Him. So many of the great actors say, don't ask me about politics, don't ask me about this, that, or the other. I'm just an actor. They're the best actors. I've got absolutely no idea what Michael Caine's politics are. Guy's been an actor for nearly 70 fucking years. Couldn't begin to tell you whether he leans left or right. Some like Clint Eastwood. You know which way they lean, but they don't ram it down your face all the time. Schwarzenegger's a bit different. But then again, he's apologised for the thing that really offended me during COVID. That whole fuck your rights thing. He stepped back from that and now he kind of keeps his mouth a bit more shut. Yeah, I don't know. So there's the attitude of the actors and actresses, the writers nowadays in Hollywood. I haven't been to the films in forever, and I mean way before. I haven't been to the pictures in probably the last. I can tell you exactly the last film I saw, and you can look what year it was. It was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when that was kind of remade with Martin Freeman. I'm going to guess that's more than 20 years ago. I'm not typing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. H2G2. Film. 2005. It's 21 years ago, folks. Me and the missus went through the day. We were the only people in the theatre, auditorium, whatever you want to call it, in the room. The audio was so loud because they expected there to be more bodies to absorb the sound, and there wasn't. So we were fucking deafened by it. They left the lights on for the first half hour. We had to go out and ask them to turn the fucking lights off. And there was a big Coke stain in the middle of the screen where some kid's thrown a thing. And when we complained about the state of the screen, oh yeah, no, we're going to get that cleaned in about a month. We're on a cycle for the cleaners to come around, and I'm like, that's not good enough. You should have your standard cleaning kind of cycle where somebody comes around every month or two and gives it a wipe down. But where you've had an actual incident and someone's put a big fucking splodge of Coca-Cola in the middle of the screen, you should get them out the next day to fix that shit. Poor management. I can't imagine what it'd be like now with mobile phones going off all the time. People getting on the phone to tell their friend what's happening and how good it is. Is it any good? Oh yeah, no, I'm quite enjoying it. Yeah, no. Can you do a FaceTime thing and can you show us the? Fuck off! I don't listen to that. Bad enough listening to people eat popcorn. I couldn't be doing with the pictures nowadays. People's manners have deteriorated, and there's no, what did you used to call them? It's the same word that you used for the person on the conduct. No, not a conductor. It's not the same word as the person on the bus or the train. You used to have the girl go around and she had a torch and she'd tell people to shut up or whatever, kick them out if they were being unruly. You don't have any of that anymore. I don't know. I don't think I could face the pictures. I out Gorgon. She was a Gorgon. Tight, yeah. Thank you. You are correct. Medusa was one of the 3 Gorgons. Was Cyclops one of the others? Well, that wasn't his name, he had a name, but I assume he was one of the others. That was the word. Had a similar ending, didn't it? Kraken, Titan, Gorgon. Now the Titans were the original gods. Would that include Zeus? Didn't Zeus eat his own father? No. Maybe? Or his children? Did he eat his children? The Titans were the original gods that emerged from chaos. Chaos was the original space-time, the original fabric. And the Titans condensed from that and became the original gods. I'm rusty on all of that. Morgan Freeman it was, yeah. Black guy, white hair, plays God. I'll probably only in one film, wouldn't it? But that and the Kick the Bucket film, Bucket List. Pretty good actor. But he's another one that says, don't ask me about politics. I mean, I'm sure he's been asked at some point and expressed some opinion somewhere about something. He was one of the ones that says, he said, like, be colourblind. And other people say, oh, no, that's not good enough. Now you have to be anti-racist. Yeah, so he has expressed the odd opinion, but he doesn't get up and preach about it. He has to be pushed before he will put forth or espouse an opinion. And generally says, keep out of it. I'm just a fucking actor. What do I know? Free isn't everything in the universe. It is, until one of the actresses leaves and then somehow you have to fill the gap. What was that called? Shannon Doherty. The Three Sisters. I used to watch it, I will admit. That and Buffy and Angel. I watched some trash. What was it called? If nobody tells me, I'm going to go look at it. I'm scrolling to the bottom. Would you have a beer with Morgan Freeman? Oh yeah, I got Charmed. It was indeed, Tara. Thank you. Cyclops was a Titan. A Titan? All right. Not a Gorgon. A Titan. Oh, that's why Matey Boy would have offended them when he killed him. They just remade the film recently, didn't they? Fuck. Hold on, because I may be mixing up different things. Oh, Greeks and Greek mythology. What was the film that they just remade recently? And it's been a... It's made money. Well, no, it's brought in money, but I think it's a flop overall. Not the Iliad, the other one, Odyssey. Going back. Why can I not remember the names? Fucking hell. Come on, DM. My brain is a fuck up at times. I used to be sharp. Watching my own decline is really fucking depressing. See, I want to say Ulysses, and I know that's not right. Odysseus? It's Odysseus, isn't it? that killed Cyclops. Unless you're watching a what's his name? Unless you're watching one of them, in which case it could have been fucking Perseus, or they changed a lot of the lore in those films in the 40s and 50s, whenever they were. So when you kill Medusa, you get a Pegasus. And they had Perseus riding Pegasus, which never happened. Never happened in mythology. Perseus never rode Pegasus. And I'll tell you the name of the guy who did. Bellerophon rode Pegasus, the winged horse. He was the first airborne soldier, the first airborne warrior, let's say. Until he got arrogant and cocky and fell. Did he fall from Pegasus, or was he struck down? I think he was struck down by Zeus when he tried to fly to the top of Mount Olympus. So he fell and was did he die, or was he just reduced afterwards? And Pegasus went to work for Zeus, delivering his lightning bolts. I don't know where I pulled this shit from. Absolute lowlife, says Billy Joel. Oh, I have seen people in the cinema go to the toilet on their seats. Oh no. No, that is low. Unless it's like some kind of like gastric emergency or something, or you just, you know. I've had incidents where you don't get there in time. You'd rather dump it out than have it in your pants, kind of thing. So, I mean, who knows? I don't know other people's circumstances. Absolute low life. Sounds like it. Cyclops was a titan. Would you have a beer with Morgan? He's a very interesting man. I think one of his earliest film credits, possibly his first, was in Brubaker, yeah, with, he just died recently, didn't he? That good-looking bloke, actor, 3 Days of the Condor, blonde-haired bloke. Fuck. Somebody answer that one for me. Oh, look how many comments you've all made. I've got hundreds to go through. Phoebe was the other sister. Paige came after Prue died, left the show. Best comedy ever. You saw Charmed as a comedy. Yeah, they needed to have 3, so when one of them left the show, they had to find a way to introduce another. Oh, there are always 3. Now you've died, I'm here. I'm one of the selected or chosen or whatever words they used. Because 3 is the magic number. They're all pretty young ladies. I mean, I can't, you know. Where's Gary going? Princess Consuela banana hammock. No, banana. I think it's meant to be banana hammock. They shoveled their poop into their popcorn containers, Mike. Oh, God. Well, there you go. Phoebe. Yeah. Buffy Angel, Supernatural. I didn't get past like the 2nd or 3rd season, and then it went on forever. For all I know, it's still bloody going. He exists in laws, he's outside the legal matrix. So I'll have to work back and see if I get some context. Gilmore Girls was good though as well. That's some sisters that inherit a ranch or run a ranch. Maybe. Might have seen 1 or 2 episodes. I think they started a rerun and I saw 1 or 2. Those kind of things usually have somebody comes back from the city to stay with the family, probably after a parent dies or something, and now they've got to struggle to run the farm stroke ranch on their own. Well, as a group of sisters. Don't know. Didn't watch it much. Gary's flown too close to the sun way too many times. Did you fly too close to the sun, Mike? Not sure I've got the reference. Oh, unless... Icarus and Daedalus. Daedalus was the dad. Icarus flew too close to the sun. Daedalus is also the guy that locked up the Minotaur in the labyrinth. In fact, after building the labyrinth, wasn't he supposedly locked in there with the Minotaur? But he suspected such a thing might happen, so he'd built in a way out. Now I'm pulling shit out of nowhere. I've got no idea how true that is. Accurate, I guess is a better word. It's all mythology, isn't it? Yeah. 2 little flies in my vodka and coke, and I think they're both alive still. But the more you tip it up, the more they drop to the bottom. Can I take a drink then? No, now I accidentally sloshed it and it's come to the front. What have I got? I'm trying to find a way to give them a chance. There should be some spoons or knives or something here. Here's a spoon. Let's have a look. This one might be dead. This is in the liquid fully. Nope. Oh, I'm gonna get it with the actual spoon, with the blade of the spoon. Here we go. No, look, he's running. Is he running around, or does he just look like it? Is that a fluid dynamics thing? Got you. Go and dry off somewhere else. Get off my fucking spoon. Get out of my drink. I'll give you a fighting chance. The one in the bottom though, I don't think I can even reach. And he looks still. I'll probably squash him. Oh no, I got him. Did I get him or did he get me? Fuck off. He's gone. Okay. Look at this. What a fucking humanitarian I am. Rescuing fly. I've got no idea whether they're alive or dead, but they can work that out for themselves over there, not in my drink. Where were we, folks? And where are we at time? We are on 3 hours 50. Gilmore Girls was a mum and daughter. Okay, I'm probably remembering something differently. Yeah, swallowed a fly, swallowed a spider to catch it. Oh my, oh my. Why did he swallow a spider? Then what does he do? Probably a cat or something to get the spider? And then a dog to get the cat. I don't remember how the song goes. There's probably steps I've missed in between spider and maybe you get a lizard or something to chase the spider. There was a Phoebe in Friends. Was she the dumb one? The blonde who sang silly songs? Was that Phoebe? Foyeb? I haven't watched Friends in forever. I wasn't a regular. It's one of those programs, if you're flicking through the channels and it's on, it's like, I wouldn't like build my day around it. I wouldn't be aiming to watch it. But if you're flicking through the channels and it's on, it's kind of watchable tosh. Fawlty Towers and Monty Python. Yeah, Monty Python was a little bit too experimental for me. A lot of it didn't really work, or maybe just didn't age. I was never that keen on, is it Terry Gilliam's animations? Yeah, I found Monty Python hit and miss. Some of it was hilarious. Dead Parrot sketch and all that, and I'm a Lumberjack. The four Yorkshiremen. When I went to school, it was uphill both ways, all of that. Yeah, some of it was very clever. Some of it was too clever. Didn't really. Fawlty Towers is brilliant. What do you got though? 12 episodes, maybe 13. It's hilarious, but there's not enough of it. You can sit down and watch the whole thing in an afternoon. 2 seasons. That's why British TV's always gone wrong. Seasons or series, whichever word you prefer, always too short, not enough episodes. I do like the American Writers' Room methodology. What was the comedy they did with Robert Lindsay? He played a dentist. Was it My Family? They tried the American writing system with a writing room, and it was quite punchy and funny, and they managed to churn out a lot of episodes. That worked. And of course it gave us Chris Marshall, didn't it? Well, did it? Was it not gravy adverts or something first that gave us him? Was it gravy? Was he the kid in the Bisto family or something? I could be wrong. Let's find out. Chris with a K, K-R-I-S. Went on to do My Family and then that Murder in the Caribbean thing. Adverts. First, let's do BT. It was BT, was it? Okay. Roughly 40 commercials alongside actress Esther Hall. He wasn't actually a happy BT customer. Why did I remember it more as a fucking gravy advert? It's funny what you can get wrong in it. Okay, folks. Okay. Friends is the best comedy ever. Okay. I get it. It's difficult for me sometimes because I'm working back. If it jumps to the bottom, I'm working through the comments backwards. And so I see a message and I don't have the context until I get further. And then I see something else and I don't always marry the two together. But I'm back to the bottom again. They don't make British comedy like they used to. Dinner for One. Oh, when I've been watching these old British TV programs, I'm still on a big kick with, what's it called? It's not called, I think it's called Forgotten British TV, the YouTube channel. I've been watching Two's Company with Elaine Stritch and Donald Sinden as her butler. It's fantastic. He's almost as good as Stephen Fry at playing kind of a butler character. When Stephen Fry did Jeeves and Wooster, when he played Jeeves. Three's Company, that's an American George and Mildred spin-off. Man About the House. Richard O'Sullivan, Sally Thompson, and the other girl whose name isn't going to come. George and Mildred, Man About the House. Three's Company with an American copy of that, which actually worked with the guy who played the vicar on the Laura Ingalls Wilder Meadow. Meadow is not the right word. Not the Waltons, the other one. Laura Ingalls Wilder and Matey Boy out of Bonanza. Michael Langdon. I tell you all about it, but not get the fucking name of the program. And it's got something to do with Little House on the Prairie, Prairie Not Meadow. Fuck. Where are you guys? Jack Tripper. Yeah, you see, he was called Tripper in our one, but the British one, but he wasn't Jack. What was the Richard O'Sullivan character? Tripper. Don't remember. Golden. Look at that. Now we do this periodically. We just go on a. Then there was a rip-off of Mr. Bean called the. It wasn't really a rip. I think it was a long time before Mr. Bean. The Baldy Man was Rabsy Nesbitt, Gregor C. Fisher. I think there's a C in the middle. Gregor Fisher. Long time before Mr. Bean, I would suggest. Baldy Man, yeah. Again, I think that character first started off in it was a cigarette advert, a cigar advert. I'm trying to remember the name. Condor doesn't sound right. Condor. See whether I can get there with Google. Google will get it for me. If I can remember enough to get there. Hamlet. Happiness is a cigar named Hamlet. Don't know where I got Condor from. That was way off. Let me just double check. Baldy Man Hamlet cigar, yeah. And all the adverts that are right there on YouTube. You can go find them. Gregor Fisher. Failing to get a passport in a photo booth before calmly lighting a cigar to the tune of Bach's Air on a G-string. Also famous for Rabsy Nesbitt. Okay, it started first on Naked Video. Voted amongst the greatest British TV commercials of all time. Rabsy Nesbitt was great. Okay, The Good Life. Look, now we're just throwing out. I was struggling the other day to remember the name of the two bloody actors on The Good Life. Felicity Kendall, I can remember. I can't remember the other guy's name. Richard Briers. Of course it was. You see that? Now I get it. I spent 2 days trying to remember the fuckers' names and kicking myself that I couldn't remember them. I watched a program. I can't remember what it's called now. It's like a 1960s detective program. one episode had a very, very young Felicity Kendall in, and another one had a very, very young Bette Lynch actress. Her. Well, I remember her name. It's fantastic watching these classic shows, and you're saying, she looks familiar. And there's another one, same program, well, different episode of the same program, Judy Geeson, from, was it To Sir With Love? Was it To Sir With Love with Sidney Poitier? Or was it Please Sir with John Alderton? I think it was the Sidney Poitier. Fairly sure. I do love me a good teacher film. Shit, phone's down to 5%. And I only know because the screen went dark. There was a time the phone hitting 5%, the Wi-Fi would cut off. I'd lose the internet connection. Double check it's drawing power, yeah, drawing 11 watts. We will survive this, folks, we will survive. Okay, we are we're over the 4 hours mark. There's quite a few of you here still. Thumbs up if you haven't already, folks, the more the merrier. It does help the channel, and helps bring in new people, new viewers who may or may not subscribe. They come in and ask, what the hell is this? What are we watching? What's this about? It's just jibber jabber, as it says in the thumbnail. This is a Sunday night into Monday morning jibber jabber. Whatever you ask and whatever comes to my mind, I will go on tangents from tangents from tangents. Somehow we've got ourselves into a, what would you say? We're in an old television program naming phase at the minute for some reason. People are going to pop in and chat and wonder what we're talking about. They are. Like Milky Moo Celtic there. What's this all about? It's about a tramp sat in a field. A British man trapped by circumstance in Spain. And somehow we just jibber jabber. We chew the cud, we chat shit. And the conversation goes where the conversation goes. I will rant in the first 4 hours. I will have ranted about such things as my mobile phone provider, or my crappy solar panels, or my fantastic I haven't talked about my fantastic eco flows today. I've talked about strangers walking through the middle of my camp, looking like likely lads who were looking to rob me, perhaps. What else have I talked? I've talked about people who visited me. I've talked about my current illness. I've got a bad stomach. And beer seemed to be making it worse. So obviously I switched to vodka, because why wouldn't you? Not bad for a tramp in a field. Let me just pour a little bit. A new friend, a guy I'd never met before, a guy called Rob, stopped by, I don't remember what day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And he brought me a few cans of beer, quite a few, like somewhere between 8 and 10, I'm not sure of the number. And he brought me a bottle of vodka, which is always appreciated. But I'm struggling in the heat in Spain. I really am struggling. I'm finding myself unable to eat, certainly unable to cook. I think if someone brought me like ready-made food, someone brought me like an Indian or a fish and chips or something, I think I'd probably take 2 or 3 days to eat it, but I would at least get it down. Whether it stayed down at the minute is a question. I've been struggling just to keep stuff down. I ended up buying 2 packets of crisps. But other than that, it's just me. I talk about the things that have happened to me. I talk about my dying dog, who's just down here by my side. Hasn't got more than a few days, maybe weeks left. Certainly wouldn't be counting it in months. Maybe a month? I know, darling, I know. But I talk about the things affecting me in my life, and then whatever chat asks, I get some really interesting questions, such as, if you could invite anyone to dinner, past or present, who would you choose? Was a question earlier, and I proffered a few suggestions. Who did I list, folks? We had Isaac Newton, we had Einstein, Marilyn Monroe, because a bit of totty never goes amiss. Winston Churchill. A woman is just a woman, madam, but a cigar is a damn fine smoke. I love Churchill quotes. Dogs look, what you said, I don't like dogs, dogs look up to us. I don't like cats, cats look down on us. But a pig, I like pigs, they treat us as equals. You are drunk, Mr. Churchill. Yes, madam, but in the morning I shall be sober. You, on the other hand, will still be ugly. I don't know. Madam, would you sleep with me for £1 million? This is back in the 40s. Why, Mr. Churchill, why, of course. Will you sleep with me for £1? Slap! What kind of woman do you take me for? Madam, we have already ascertained what kind of woman you are. Now we're just haggling on price. Oh boy. You've set me off now with quotes. We shouldn't do quotes. Oh, the doggo. Yeah. If you like chatting shit, you'll enjoy it here. Thank you, Tara. You are correct. Oh, I need a double surgery. I keep putting it off. Fuck. Hope it's nothing too serious. Where are we, Milky Moo? And is there a real name? Have you got a name that you'd care to share with the group? I tend to know most. We're a small group here. I tend to know most people's names just because it's a really small channel. Don't worry if you don't want to share. You don't have to. You can just, you know. Tara would say Friends is the best American comedy made. There are too many good British comedies. I'm really enjoying going back through them. I watched one with Arthur Lowe. I don't remember the name of it, but I watched the first 3 episodes. It's fantastic. It was just called Mr. Somebody or other. What happened was, I saw like this. I saw the title of the 7th episode, and it was Mr. Such and Such. I thought I'd read As a Ghost, but it was like And a Ghost or something. And so I watched it expecting it to be like a Randall and Hopkirk. I thought it was going to be this guy was a ghost, but I just, I don't know, tiredness or whatever, misread the title. And yeah, no. I should write down. I should go back and see what gets recommended to me. But that channel, what did I say it was called? Forgotten British TV. I think it's hyphenated in between each word. Might be underscores. But I'm sure if you just type Forgotten British TV into YouTube, man, I have not managed. When you scroll through the list of playlists, so each program's got its own playlist, I can't get to the bottom. Honestly, I can't get to the bottom of the list of programs. And then you've got all the episodes within each. some of them are still being uploaded, but some of them it'll say complete or something in the name of the playlist. Every episode will be there. Fantastic. I've really gone off on one on old TV programs, even black and white. Yeah, no, fantastic. People are going to pop in. You said people are going to pop into chat and wonder what we're talking about, just as someone did, just as Milky Moo arrived. Did you all just stop chatting, or has my chat frozen? Let me do the top chat, live chat. Okay, no, I'm scrolling backwards, try and see what I've missed. Cagney and Lacey was good. Opening credits where the man flashes them. And, hold on, which was Cagney, which was Lacey? Who was the blonde, the Sharon Glass character? She kind of points at it and says something, and people ask her, what was it that was said? And she I don't know whether this is true or not, but she jokes, that looks like a penis, only smaller. I'm sure that's a joke, but that's the opening credits. There's every kind of colour, every kind of name, but the pigeons down the pier treat us all the same. That sounds like the librarian from Hull University who was a bit of a poet. What was he called? That sounds like one of his, but I wouldn't know. It could just be a crazy rhyme off the internet or whatever, but what was he called? I'm pretty sure Hull or somewhere around the... Hold on. UK University librarian poet. Anybody going to get a name for me? I think he married a Irish somebody or other who's an even more famous poet. Is that right? UK Uni librarian poet. Librarian poet. Iris Murdoch. What's an Iris Murdoch? Philip Larkin. Hull, University of Hull from 55 to 85, and wrote some of Britain's best love post-war poetry. It might not be his, but it reminds me of... I couldn't quote any of his, but just all right, now I've got Philip Larkin. Let's type Philip Larkin wife and see if I was anywhere near with Iris Murdoch. Philip Larkin wife. Never married. Okay, I've got entirely the wrong person then. Who was Iris Murdoch married to? Now I've got a follow-up question, folks. This is the kind of magical adventure that I will take you on from time to time. Iris Murdoch, she was a poet, novelist and philosopher. Okay, I got that part wrong. Husband. So I got that wrong on so many levels. John Bailey, English author, literary critic, and Oxford University professor. Yeah, no, that's not. Wrong again, folks. Wrong again. It happens every now and again. Famously, 1979, when I thought that James Callaghan was going to win the election. It's Luke Kelly from... Oh, the Dubliners. Okay. The Dubliners. The last of the Irish Rover and all that. Was that together with the Pogues? Or Pogues Mahone, as they once were. Kiss my ass. Or ass. Pronunciation could be off. Martin Cove, the evil guy from Karate Kid, was in Cagney and Lacey. He was. He also did a sci-fi program where he was an alien that had landed on Earth. Was he? I think he was a copper in that, and he was looking for. Was he looking for other aliens, or was he hiding out from other aliens? Let's find out. Here we go again. I don't do this all the time, folks, for those of you that are new here. I mean, I do it I'll probably do it every TrampCast. But Martin Cove, was it with a K? Sci-fi. Oh, sci-fi. TV series. Probably in the 80s or 90s. Hard Time on Planet Earth. What an ungodly title is that? That can't be what I knew it as. An alien soldier is sentenced to live on Earth and perform good deeds to control his hostility. Accompanied by Control, a small flying robot parole officer. That is indeed. That name does not. Hold on. I'm going to ask if this was released under a different title in the UK, because that doesn't ring any bells. Released under a different title. In UK? Question mark. I won't bother capitalising UK. I don't think grammar matters with AI. No, wasn't under a different name. It had translated names for Spanish-speaking countries, retained its original name for the UK broadcast. Never heard of it. Fuck. And yet I watched it. Probably not that regularly. You know, back in the day, if you missed a TV program, you missed it, didn't you? If you weren't in that day, yeah, who knows? You've all gone quiet on me, folks. Chat's come to a crawl, or has my chat stopped? I'm just... If you like chatting shit, yeah. Cagney and Lacey. Friends is the best. According to Tara, Friends is the best American comedy, but there are a lot of good British ones. Okay, now I'm back to bits that have missed when chat was jumping around. Bouquet Residence, Lady of the House speaking. Oh, Bouquet, yeah, Bucket, Mrs. Bucket, what was she called? She died not long ago, didn't she? Can't remember the actress's name. Or the Bucket Lady's first name, the character's first name. Oh, God, my memory, folks. It used to be so sharp, you know, it's... Okay, Jack Trip, Golden Girls, Mr. Bean, Baldy Man. To the Manor Born, Penelope Keith died not long ago as well. Are you alright back there, darling? What are we... You're moving further and further away. Have a drink of some water. Tina's water. Go on. Drink some water. I'm just going to have a look and see what temperature it is still, folks, because it's fucking boiling. Not as bad as the other night when it was 33 degrees at 3 in the morning. It had actually dropped below that, but then it got warmer. 27 currently here. 27 feels like 31. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? That's why I'm showing a little bit of man flesh every now and again. I've got a polo shirt behind me. I noticed before it stinks. I need to wash that. And my shorts. I need to wash everything. I need to wash me. I haven't washed my hair yet this year. I last washed my hair back, I don't know if it was October or November last year, and that was the first time in 18 months. There's no reason for it. I've got this shower head where you put the pump in a bowl of water, and it does all that. Or I could have just dunked my head. I just don't. I find I don't need it, or at least as far as I know. My hair's it's not too bad. It goes through little phases where it gets a little bit too greasy, and then it gets back to normal. Then it gets a little bit dry, and then it gets a little bit greasy. It just cycles through. Oops, what have I clicked? I've clicked on an advert by accident. No, not close tab, just go back. So where are we? Tomorrow morning there's a 16% chance of rain at 10 o'clock. Partially cloudy until 3 in the afternoon, and then it's sun all the way. That's going to be a little bit awkward for the EcoFlow, isn't it? For my solar power. Have you ever seen any other homeless guy, or I use the word tramp, it's a little bit performative. But have you ever seen anybody else homeless with as much gadgetry as me? Tablet, phone, 2 EcoFlow rivers, 2/3 solar panels, all broken. Gonna get new soon. A fridge, camping fridge freezer. A fan, but I don't have enough power to run it. A slow cooker, electric slow cooker, not enough power to run it. I got a television in there, but I never use it. That's more of a joke than anything. But someone had put it in the bin one day, and I found it first, so finders keepers. Oh, stomach. I hope I managed to keep these bags of crisps that I've eaten over the last couple of days. I've still got some left. I hope I managed to keep them down. I don't want to have that all come back up like yesterday afternoon. Anyway, scrolling. Did I get back dinner? Oh, Dinner for One is the old lady. That's the one that they show it's a tradition in many European countries. Some will watch it on Christmas Eve, some on Christmas Day, and some will watch it on New Year's Eve or Day. Different countries, different traditions. The old lady and the butler serving her lunch and drinks, and she has place settings for all of her friends, the colonel and the general and the admiral and the president, and they're all dead. So the chairs are all tipped in, and the butler who's serving all the food, he has to drink the general's drink and the admiral's drink and the president's drink, and he keeps tripping up over this tiger skin rug that's got the head on it. That's Dinner for One, isn't it? I never remember that name, but that's it. Tell me, I think, was that Gary? Dinner for One, sorry. A classic on New Year's. You see, yeah, different countries have different traditions. But yeah. Dinner for One. The old dear and the butler. And all the empty place settings. So whenever she has a drink, he has to drink for each of the... that's the one, I remember now, sorry. Victoria Wood classic comedy. It is indeed. Wood and Walters, if anybody remembers that, back when Julie Walters was also a kind of a comedic actress. And she was in, what was that Antiques one that they did? She played the cleaner, didn't she? That was always, was she always drunk or falling over? Yeah, okay. Now, anyone who's not British is probably not going to know half of these. Dinner Ladies, another favourite, only 2 series. That was a good programme. Smelly Cat, says Tara. No idea on that one. Lisa Kudrow, it was. The blonde who sings badly on Friends. Old Mother Hubbard lives in a cupboard. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, you're kidding! Apparently now I'm live, and I've only been live for 35 minutes according to this counter fucking here. How long was I disconnected? Because I was just talking. I was singing Old Mother Hubbard, and now I'm back towards. Oh no, I think I'm back. I'm still where I was. Lisa Kudrow, that was it. Yeah. Smelly cat, smelly cat. Is that one of the songs that Lisa Kudrow sang? Dinner Ladies, yeah. Victoria Wood. I was just talking about Wood and Walters. I don't know if you got it. I don't know how long I was disconnected, folks. Dinner for One, we were talking about the old girl and the butler, and he had to drink all the drinks for all the past acquaintances. They don't make British comedy like they used to. They don't make British TV full stop like they used to. But I'm really, really enjoying that forgotten British TV channel, and there's so much on there. I can just dip into stuff at random. Tina, are you barking? No, come over. I'm going to go get my doggy. I'm going to bring her back over here, folks. She's moved further and further away from me. She's barking at something in the field. There's probably like a rat or a cat or something. Oh, let me go get her. Hey, babe. Come on back to Daddy. Where are we? I don't want to drag you by the neck, so I'll see whether I can use the belt. Hold on. Oh, you've pooed, have you? Is that what? Is that? Oh, whoa. Okay. Is that what the noise is for? You trying to tell me you needed a bit of attention? I'm sorry, but I didn't know. Here we go. I'll just do a quick clean up. Clean up an aisle 2. Incontinent doggy. Here we go, babe. You got water when you want it. Let me tidy that up. Where's your roll of poo bags? Oh fuck. It's gone long. Let me clean that up and tidy that up for you. I'm sorry, babe. If that's what you were trying to tell me, I didn't know. No. Okay, I got it. I got it all. All in one. Push the air out. Put it in the bag with the others. Oh, I bent over. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I need to... Whoa. Dad's a bit woozy. I need to sit down before I fall down, babe. Hold on. Stood up too quick. Whoa, fuck. Hold on, I got it. I got this. You're okay. Oh, hello, babe. I haven't seen you in a little while. You were behind me, hiding from me. Here we are. Cuddles. Sorry about that, folks. I went a bit... After I bent over... Well, I think it's the exertion of picking Tina up with the belt and by the lead. I've got to support her front as well now, not just carry the back, but support the front. So there's exertion, there's bending over, and then there was bending over to clean up the poo, and then I stood up. I don't know if I stood up too quick or if it's just the way I am at the minute. Yeah, not great. Folks, did I mention there's a PayPal link? It's probably for you. It's pinned at the bottom of chat. Support a Tramp if you're of a mind to, and if you've got it to spare. Are you pushing the water away? But there is a PayPal support link. For anyone new, let me explain. I take your PayPal money and I send it to a friend, and she puts it on a bank card, a prepaid debit card that's in her name, but that I use. Because apparently nowadays nobody cares whose card you're using. I don't know how we ever got to that stage where nobody, it doesn't flash up like the name of the owner of the card. Because it would be a woman's name and there'd be a bloke stood at the till, and you'd think that might raise some questions, but apparently not. Tina girl, you're being silly. Eventually you're going to want a drink of that water. But, what was I saying? Okay, I send the money to my friend Karen. She puts it on the card, and then at least I've got a way of spending and buying the essentials. And an occasional luxury like a bottle of cola. Pepsi in this instance. But most, the vast majority of the money you send me doesn't get pissed up against the wall or spent on bags of crisps or bottles of cola. The vast majority gets used to buy solar panels, or, for anyone who's unaware, that's not good, is it? An EcoFlow, which is this little magical box here. The round hole on the left is a 12 volt, like a car cigarette lighter socket. In the middle, you've got 3 USB ports, 2 USB-A, and the white one, well, the cable in the middle there under the light, that's USB-C. And on the right is where the real magic happens. A proper real European plug socket. 220 volts, a choice of 50 or 60 hertz, and it can power things, proper real things, like slow cookers. If my solar panels were up to it. Let me point you to my solar panels. I haven't, normally by now, I would have them set up ready for the morning, but at the minute they're in their nighttime orientation, or that one is, facing west for the last of the sun, which obviously went quite a few hours ago. This one was at the other side of the field and has been brought over here and is waiting to be set up. That chair behind the solar panel there, that chair comes back over and the 2 panels lean against the back of that. And that's how I live my life. I take your donations. Let's not mince words. I do buy beer. And very occasionally, so I'm in Spain. A 12-pack of beer is currently €3.60 in the supermarket, or a £5 at the fucking Chino Bazaar. And I can't go to the supermarket very often. Can't really leave my doggy. Tina girl, you're making a lot of noise. You okay? So multiple reasons I can't leave my doggy. She can't guard the tent like she used to because she can't really move. She's never liked being left alone. So once she realizes I'm gone, she will bark once a second every second until I'm back, even though her back is much reduced from what it was. It's almost just a whimper now. I don't like to leave her alone. So most of the time I'll go to the Chino Bazaar because it's 2 minutes that way, 3 or 4 minutes in the shop and 2 minutes back. I used to take her with me obviously, but can't do that anymore. And the supermarket is a good 10 to 15 minute walk away, 10 to 15 minutes around the shop, 10 to 15 minutes back, anywhere between half an hour and 45 minutes to go to the supermarket, and that's rushing around the shop and through the till. So things are cheaper there if I can get there, and obviously every now and again I have to go. But I don't go often because it means leaving her, and I don't like doing that. For her sake, and the chances that I could get robbed while I'm gone. Never happened yet, but as I mentioned earlier, we've had scroats walking through and looking around the camp recently. So I've got to be a little bit careful, haven't I? A little bit careful. But my point was, whilst yes, I like a drink. If you lived like this, you'd probably want a drink every now and again. I certainly want a drink when I'm talking for 4 or 5 hours at a time. Where are we time-wise? 4.5 hours. Certainly need some lubrication for the throat. But my point is, when I do get booze, it's cheap. When I buy a bottle of spirits, twice a year, maybe. I bought one, it'll be a month ago, just over. So I do this thing. My Christmas didn't go too well because of bad weather. I couldn't cook my Christmas dinner. Fortunately, a friend brought me one, which was brilliant. Thank you, Anthony. But I decided the 25th of every month, I was going to do something. I was going to cook like a Christmas dinner every 25th of the month. Except it's too fucking hot and I'm probably not going to. But I should cook something or do something. And even if I don't, I'll go live and talk to you as if I was about to do something and then change my mind and not do something. Maybe bring out the Christmas tree at night on the 25th of each month. Done that, I think, a couple of times so far this year, but sometimes the 25th comes and goes and I don't realise. But if I do go shopping and get some bits and make something, I will. But my point is, booze is cheap. I bought a bottle of spirits last month. That was the first time since Christmas, I think, that I'd bought something. That, a litre bottle of an aniseed, I keep wanting to say aniseed liqueur every time we do. It's not, it's an aniseed spirit. Proper real 35 or 40% by volume. €7. So even when I do buy something, folks, rare as it is, it's cheap. I'm in Spain, alcohol's for free, almost. Most of the money I get goes on making my life better. Solar panels, camping fridge, EcoFlow. It can be solar powered, it can be charged from a car's 12-volt port, or it can plug into a wall socket in a house. Everybody, I say this whenever I talk about the EcoFlow, everybody should get one. There are other brands available. EcoFlow, for my money, is the best. It's the market-leading brand. But there are others. Bluetti, Jackery, All Powers. There was another one I saw the other day and I can't remember the name. But it's basically a standalone battery that gives you proper real plug sockets, as well as 12-volt sockets and USB. Keep your phone charged in the power cut, keep your fridge running or your freezer running. My mate Karen bought the bigger, better model than this. This is called an EcoFlow River. She bought an EcoFlow Delta. And she had a power cut. And she managed to keep, I think she said she had a washing machine and her freezer running through the power cut. That's pretty good. Can't argue with that. Global uncertainty. Uncertainty with power networks and power grids nowadays. Spain, where I am, we had a national outage last summer. Spain and Portugal lost power for 8 to 10 hours. Fortunately, it was only 8 to 10 hours. I didn't know it had happened. Because I'm in a field, you know what I mean? I don't have a proper power supply other than my solar and the EcoFlow. It's only when I saw people standing in the road here, in the track, trying to get a signal 3 or 4 hours into it, that I knew something was wrong. Everyone should have this just as a preparedness thing. You should be prepared in case of power cuts. Like in the old days, you'd have candles. Now you should have an LED lantern like this, and an EcoFlow or similar like that. In my humble opinion. Rant over. This is not sponsored. EcoFlow have never given me anything for free. They have never paid me to push their products, but I generally do. Great products, their software updates and things, the process can be a little clunky. I have bitched about that because I give a fair review. But I'm a tramp in a field running a fridge freezer and sometimes a fan if my solar panels had not fallen apart. Bad purchase, this particular batch of solar panels. But anyway, we're inside these sketches, says Keith, Sign of Nature. So Tara said they don't make British comedy like they do. Two Soups. Three's Company. Isn't that the American one? It's like Man About the House. There's two girls and a man who pretends to he has to pretend to the landlord. This would have been in the 70s. He has to pretend to the landlord that he's gay so that the landlord will let the guy move in with the two girls. Otherwise it looks like some kind of weird hanky-panky. To the Manor Born. The Good Life. Macaroons, Mrs. Babs. What? Bouquet Residence. Yeah. Mrs. Bucket. I'm still trying to remember the name of the characters. It had Eddie Yates at Coronation Street in it, didn't it? As the brother-in-law. Don't remember that character's name either. Patricia Routledge. That's the main actress. Patricia Routledge sounds wrong. I'm close though. Let me check it. I'm sat too. Oh, I moved the chair to go get Tina, didn't I? I haven't hooked the chair back up, folks. Where are we? We've been going a while. Am I going long? I don't mind going long if the audience stays with me. Routledge. What did I say before? I said Routledge. Routledge. I don't know about the pronunciation there. Patricia Routledge. Ledge. Didn't know she was a singer, English actress and singer. Hyacinth Bouquet. You see that look? It's not honest. Doesn't say, there's my screen, just it's reversed, but you can look. She's at the top. Doesn't say Hyacinth Bouquet on there, okay? That just came to me. It wasn't the phone. Tablet. I remember the name of the actor that played the husband soon. He died Clive. Why does my brain work this way, folks? It annoys the shit out of me. Where are you, babe? I think you're paused behind my chair leg and I need to move forwards a little bit. You're hooching back behind me again already, aren't you? Can I cuddle you? Can I get a cuddle? Hey, baby. Hey, baby girl. Daddy loves his girl. Always will. Okay, babe? Okay, babe. You caught a fly, well done. I haven't noticed the existence of flies tonight. It's a funny time of year, folks. Through the day we're absolutely fucking swamped with them. I've gone through, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 tins of fly spray in the last 2 months. And now especially because there's no roof on the tent. So I spray and it's not contained within. So I can spray a bunch. So I'll spray some directly at whatever flies are in, and then I'll do a general waft with it. But it disseminates or disperses so quickly because there's no roof on the tent. So almost like within 10 seconds, there's flies back in the tent again. But tonight, I haven't experienced a single fly, where some nights I'm sat here and they're crawling on my ankles and stuff. Tina's just plucked one out of the air and sat there eating it. I haven't noticed a single bloody fly. Strange. Glasses back on so I can read the chat. People are going to wonder in the chat, wondering, best American, Cagney Lacey, what's this all about? That was Milky Moo arriving. I need double surgery, said Milky Moo. If you like chatting shit, you'll be at home here. Yeah, so sorry, pal. Oh, the doggo. I know. But I'm a little bit... Oh, God, I use that word again that I can never remember. It's a branch of philosophy where you accept things before they happen. Marcus Aurelius. Now, you see, so far, since you arrived, Milky Moo, we've covered Greek mythology. I think you were here for that. Maybe you weren't. Greek mythology, TV programs from the 70s onwards, maybe the 50s and 60s onwards. And now we're covering philosophy and if I just type Marcus, I won't need to type anymore. Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. I can never remember the fucking word stoic. I shouldn't get angry. I should accept the fact I can never remember. There's a bit meta. It gets a bit meta there, doesn't it? I should be accepting of the fact that I can never remember the term stoicism and not get angry about the fact. Ouch, did you hear that? I just pinched my trousers to try and hutch them up and I just plucked a load of hairs out of each leg. That was no good. Patricia Routledge. Okay. Marie, hello. Hold on. Chat jumped. Oh, for fuck's sake. Chat has been, not you guys, but the YouTube app. Do you still keep your weekly diary so you can write your memoirs? No. Nothing happens. There's nothing to... I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. There's nothing... I mean, I guess this week, 2 or 3 people walking through the middle of the fucking camp. Today, a couple of likely lads who looked like they were trying to rob the place. And 2 visitors during the last week. What else is there to say? I don't even really get to document Tina's decline because she's right at the bottom. We hardly walk. She lays on the bed. She's got her puppy pads thanks to Chrissy the other day. And was that during the eclipse? I think that was during the eclipse. Tina, stop it, darling. Tina, stop. You're making too much noise. Tina lays on the bed all day on her pads. Sometimes she pees more than I realise and is left laying in it longer than I realise. Her back end's getting a little bit scratchy on one side. She favours laying on one particular side. Other than that, so I'm having to like wipe her down with wet wipes and soapy water and alcohol gel. It doesn't exactly make for a great diary. It's the same week in, week out. The weather doesn't even fucking vary. Oh yeah, 33 degrees again. Okay. Oh, only 30 degrees. Well, that's a big come down. I don't even get to say what I ate today because I don't. In the last week, I ate a tray of fruit and 2 packets of crisps. Well, 1.5 so far. Half of that came back up. It's not going to make for an interesting diary. I gave up probably about a month ago with a diary. If I do ever write like a memoir, I can just summarize the thing as just a couple of months of fucking same old. July and August. Same old. Too hot, too sweaty, nowhere to go, nothing to do, Don't want to sit out in the sun. Can't eat too hot. And every now and again someone will stop by and say hello. I summarised 2 months in 1 page. Probably. I'm sounding bitter and twisted. I guess that's just my depression. The roof continues to tear and fragment the bits of it that are left hanging down and attached. Yeah. Solar panels continue to disintegrate and get worse and worse at delivering power. Flexible fucking solar panels. What a waste of money they were. Don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to be on a downer, Marie. I'm sorry. I'd love to hear you crack a can. What, beer? I got some in the fridge, but they were turning my stomach, so I switched to vodka and cola. The cola's better at settling my stomach. There's a slight audio disturbance. Hold on. It clicks every time you speak since disconnecting stroke buffering. Is it the power cable? The power cable goes in next to or near the microphone. Or, if you need me, is it still clicking now? Let me go at the bottom. Is it still clicking now? Let's just wait. Okay. Now I've seen. I don't have any mic levels. If it's clicking, I can close the app. I have to close it entirely. Go back in and hope it reconnects. Tell me if it's still clicking now. Still clicking. Okay, folks. Give me 10 seconds and I'll try and work out where to swipe to get the controls to come up. Do I need to swipe from this end or this end? Oh, now I've turned the... Hold on. I can't even... You are kidding me. I can't even find a way out of... Here we go. Audio check and video check, and I'm just double checking I haven't muted either the microphone or turned off the camera. Everything's okay. Talk to me, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let it go again. Better? Do a live check. Give us a thumbs up. Bottom left hand corner, you want to look for the word live. I could even load the stream on here and do a Clive style lag delay. Open YouTube. I should have been recommended to myself because I did click the what am I looking for? I'm looking for where I got recommended by myself. What do you call it when you request a notification? 4 hours ago. Here I am. All right. Here I am. Okay. All right. Here I am. Okay. All right. Now. It's about 4 seconds, yeah? About 4 seconds, yeah? Try again. Now. 3 seconds. I'll take that. 3 seconds. I'll take that. I'm getting an echo of an echo, so I'm going to shut that idiot up. I shut that idiot up. I guess that was about 3 second delay. For a round trip through YouTube, that's probably not bad. I'm just looking through. Just a quick flick through some of the people replying to some of my comments on videos earlier. Oh yeah, I was watching a guy, and he got his wife to help him chop some onions. She took a hoodie and she took a pan lid, a glass pan lid. The onions were affecting her, so she put a pan lid over her face and drew the cord on the hoodie to pull it tight. And she was like a fucking astronaut looking out of the pan lid, out of the glass, but with the big handle in the bloody way. When will people learn, folks? Swimming goggles. You're peeling onions and you're overly sensitive to it, or they're overly strong. Swimming goggles. And if you want to go out on a riot and not get affected too much by the tear gas, swimming goggles and one of those kind of painter's masks, filters. But that's only if you want to go on a riot. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying that's what I would suggest if you were going on such an adventure. Tara says 22 likes now. I'm seeing 26. Okay. Milky Moo is seeing 27, but only. Oh, you're seeing 11 watching. I'm only seeing 9. People have left me after I ditched when I jumped out and back. Oh, 27 now. Okay. Hold on. I've got to go, because I jumped out and back in, I've got to do live chat again and then check that I don't miss anything. Okay, I did click live because when it buffered I was behind. Yeah. Hilarious. We were all listening 45 minutes behind, I'm not lying. Oh no. Oh, that's a nightmare. Technology, folks, isn't it great? I hate it. I'm a stoic, but I'm fucking angry about it. I'm angry at me and my head. The fact that I can't remember things that I know that I know. And I'm at the point where I can give myself clues about the thing that I allegedly know. I have to give myself fucking clues to get to the right word. And sometimes the clue's not enough. How do you remember a word like stoicism? It's not a, there's no other word that branches off that root. It's not a word that you've ever encountered. Isn't that weird? You come down like the roughest dirt track in Torrevieja, get 3/4 of the way around, turn around and fuck off. I find that a bit suspicious. Basically, drive past my tent, turn around and go. Now I start thinking, is that one of the guys that was here earlier, kind of casing the joint? Did he think I was going to be fast asleep and he was going to come down here and grab a couple of solar panels or an EcoFlow? Or is it a coincidence? Some random bloke on his little fucking electric scooter came down this road, came down just past my tent, turned around and then decided to fuck off because I'm awake and I've got lights on. Am I being paranoid? This is why homeless people have dogs. Probably. Now, I already had the dog. I've had Tina 10 years. I've been homeless 4 years. I celebrated that, didn't I? August the 14th. Homeless 4 years. October the 10th, we get to celebrate 4 years in this particular field. Anyway, I'm scrolling. Alright, I think I've caught back up to where I was. You're all talking about the clicking and the stream delay. And I know it's good now, yeah. It's not something wrong this end. It's a YouTube thing. It's either YouTube or it's the Google Android operating system. One or the other. If you want to catch up with the actual 45 minutes that you've missed, if you were listening 45 minutes behind and now you're caught up, because we're over 4 hours, 15 minutes after the stream ends, the video will be available with live chat replay and all of the different resolutions that you might wish. 15 to 20 minutes after the stream finishes, you better come back in, jump to the point where you left off, and watch the bit in between. If that is true, if you were that far behind. Everyone's laughing because they were so far behind. Excuse me, burping. All synced now. Stay safe, stay alert. Hold on. Tara's off. Okay, Tara. I'm off now. Catch you later. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining us, Tara. Lovely to have you here. Tara's a fairly new recruit to the TrampCasts. Get out of my drink, you fucker. It's only been a week or two since you first joined us. Again, it was as we hit 20 thumbs ups, 20 likes. We had a couple of new people come in. Tara was one of them, and she stuck with us. Despite my not being to everybody's taste. Apparently, I'm a far-right Nazi, racist, not feminist, not the another ist, misogynist, racist, misogynist, all the ists and phobes, folks, homophobe. Yeah, no, I'm all of that, apparently, according to the Star Wars people who... I didn't like the Star Wars, the Star Wars sequel trilogy. I've just plugged my power cable in. Tell me if it starts clicking or anything, if the sound goes bad again. Shouldn't, but if it does, tell me. But yeah, apparently I'm a far-right bigot, homophobic, transphobic, blah, 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 all the ists and phobes. Where is the Spanish guitar man? Give us a clue. Mike, where is a Spanish guitar man? Do I know a Spanish guitar man? It's been 20 years since I was in Spain, says Milky Moo. Hasta luego, Tara. Spanish guitar man, I've got no idea. Is that a reference I should know? Do I know a Spanish guitar man? Shower of shites anyway, says Milky Moo. What's that, Star Wars? I loved Star Wars when I was a kid. The first 2.5 were alright. Which are now called 4, 5 and 6. Them little teddy bears running around got a bit silly in whatever the fuck that was called. Hold on. You had Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. I want to say Return of the Jedi. Probably. I'm hesitating now because of Rise of Skywalker and The Last Jedi and The Force Awakens. I've said those three in the reverse order. I watched The Force Awakens and I wasn't impressed, but I thought it had scope to go somewhere. And then it didn't. And then the girl boss just stole the name Skywalker out of nowhere. Just at the end of the film, she just declares that now she's Skywalker. What the fuck happened? How did you get there? How did you get to there from here? When you see the title, The Rise of Skywalker, sounds exciting. Luke Skywalker, boy's own adventure. No, the girl boss, who's the granddaughter of the evil emperor, just declares herself Skywalker for no reason. I say that's what I am, therefore I am. That's very Apache helicopter. Scrolling. Oh, there's nowhere to scroll. I've caught up with chat. I've probably missed loads and loads and loads, and when I watch it back tomorrow, if I do watch it back tomorrow. Okay, folks. It looks like we're going long. Where am I time-wise? I'm on 5 hours and 10 minutes, despite the timer on screen saying otherwise. 15 people still watching somehow. A lot of you probably no idea what you're watching or why you're watching it. So let me do my intro, just in case. If you haven't introduced yourself in chat, you're doing it wrong. It's kind of one of the rules. Come and say hello. Come and say hello to a tramp. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. It's NATO phonetic alphabet for my actual real initials. That's as close as I get to giving my name, usually. Although, we did go further than that a few days ago. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Or down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person. I've lost my lines. An indigent person. There's something else. And then some might say a bum. I'm sure I've missed something there. Fuck. Screwed my lines up. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets. Or in my case, in a field. And at the minute, I'm kind of topless in a field still, because it's still 27 or 28 degrees at, what did we say, 3 o'clock in the morning? Fuck's sake. One day soon, the temperature will drop. Still, not as bad as a few days ago when it was 33 degrees in the middle of the night. Okay, that's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am a Brit, trapped by circumstances in Spain. My bank says I'm not me, and therefore I can't have my money. To protect me from people stealing my money, they won't let me have my money. Despite nobody else trying to get my money, and me passing the telephone security checks when I did when I tried to do the telephone banking, I have to go back to England and stand in my specific branch with a passport and 3 forms of ID before they will accept that I'm me. The Spanish police have other ideas. They don't really want me leaving the country for some fucking stupid reason. They keep giving me a court date and not telling me about it, and when I go to the airport I get arrested because I've got an outstanding warrant that I haven't been told about. For a something and nothing silliness, nothingness. We won't get into that here. But between those two things, you have to go back to England, we won't let you leave Spain. I end up living in a field. Because why wouldn't you? For 4 fucking years. And now my 10-year-old dog, my superstar Tina, who is down here, my glamorous co-star, is on her way out, folks. Hey, babe. Oh, you're curled up in a ball. Hello, you. Hello, you. I know you don't like the light. This is my glamorous co-star. More or less paralysed back legs. Front legs are collapsing and failing on her. Doubly incontinent. But she's still my doggy darling. But probably not for much longer. And that, unfortunately, the timing of that will be a decision that will rest with me. Don't like that idea. Anyway, let's move on. So, if you haven't said hello already, you're doing it wrong. Come and say hello. Don't be a lurker. I'm scrolling back to the bottom. We're all still here, chaps, says Gary. There's 15 people here, apparently. Thumbs up if you haven't, folks. I don't normally get... 20 is usually a target I aim for on the thumbs up, and we don't normally get there. But we did today, and then that brought more people in, and we got a few more people drop in, and we're going. You're defo no bum, my dude, and I've been there. It's an Americanism, the bum thing, isn't it? I know, that's why I say sometimes I will say, some people will say a bum, but usually Americans. I use the terms even like tramp and vague, you know, I use those a little bit performatively. I know that I'm not like the typical, well, I mean, technically a tramp is someone who to tramp is to walk. It is to travel, to move around looking for work, which I don't do. I'm not allowed. I've got legal trouble in Spain, okay? It's minor, but it's there. And the last thing I want to do is give them scope to come after me for other stuff. I had the police here twice a week for the first year, once a fortnight for the second and halfway through the third year. They've left me alone for somewhere between 18 months and 2 years. But I don't want to raise trouble, cause trouble. So I hit upon the idea of doing the YouTube thing. Small channel, gets between 10 and 15 viewers at a time. Sometimes less, very occasionally more. Was once raided and had 500 viewers. I'd forgot to put my PayPal link up, and so nobody donated. Apologies. My PayPal link is also always in the description. So one person found it, and I don't know whether it was that or maybe it was Fama that was posting it into chat frequently. And eventually I think I got in and pinned it, but I had to go in on a different device. I can't even do that from here. I can't even pin a message from within the YouTube app while live. It's ridiculous. It's the crappiest app ever. Anyway, where was I? Oh, definitions of tramp. I use the word a little bit performatively. I've met quite a few homeless people. I don't have anything to do with most of them. Most of them have either got drug addiction, alcohol addiction, or psychiatric problems. In all the time I've been here, I've maybe met 2 that don't appear to. I met plenty that do have those problems. So I don't mix with homeless, but I don't travel around. I don't meet the proper definition of a tramp. But I use the word because people know what it means. There's this push at the minute to stop saying homeless. Isn't there the thing unhoused person? Is like the modern fucking woke version. unhoused person. The fuck does that mean? It's interesting that Spain has 2 words for homeless. Oh, well, 2, I guess, phrases, because they're both 2 words. Sin hogar and sin techo. Sin hogar means that you don't have your own home. So you might have a roof over your head. For example, I had 3 months staying with a friend way back when I was first made homeless in the March of whatever year. 2022 it must have been, yeah, if I do the maths. March or April, I was made homeless. Stayed with a friend for a week, stayed with another friend for a month, then moved back with the original friend for, I think, 3 months, until August the 14th, when she'd had enough. So sin hogar, you don't have your own home, but you might have a roof over your head by couch surfing or staying with a friend or whatever. But sin techo, that's your truly homeless. That's your guys who are out living on the streets or in a field. Or in a tent in a field, as I now am. But yeah. They're afraid you're going to free Gibraltar. Yeah, you see, now I could walk into Gibraltar. Well, if I didn't have a disabled and dying dog. But now Spain handles the border control on the way out as part of deals that the UK... I don't know why we keep weakening our fucking rules and handing shit over to foreigners all the time. Nothing against the Spanish, don't get me wrong, but just the principle of not being in charge of your own borders. Common theme nowadays, yeah? So you can enter Gibraltar okay, but as soon as you try and leave out on a plane, you have to go through Spanish border control, national police and all that. In which case, depending on how these lot are done, what if they've created a new bench? What if they've set a new court date, not told me, I don't go, and then there's a bench warrant and I turn up at an airport and get arrested? The fact that my passport's ruined by floods and things is another factor, but that's... Oh. Hey Tina, Milky Moo was saying hello. He says, hey doggo. My Tina girl. There's Marie. Hi Marie. Meatloaf backwards almost. He's in the house. Hello my friend. Giddy up for giggles. Yeah, it would be. Can't you get them to deport you back to the UK? Not sure what you'd need to do though. Sex crime followed by 5 years in jail, maybe? I don't think you can volunteer to be deported. Also, belongings. That'd get tricky. I own things that I would want to keep. Also, know where to go once I get back, but that's a story for another day. Also, I don't want to be like a black mark on the UK's balance sheet. I don't want to be a... If you get deported, you get back to Britain, they don't exactly welcome you and say, oh, congratulations, you're back home. It's, you realise you're a stain on the character of your nation. You've let your country down, which is never my intention. Which is why I do things like stop people breaking into petrol stations. Gary, it's why when I think there's a car crash at the top of the road, I go running. Oh, yes, not yesterday. Friday, there was a fight at the top of the road, which I monitored for 5 or 10 minutes. There was an argument that kind of went hands-on for about 3 seconds. But I monitored in case. Always watching out for trouble, always moving towards trouble and intervening with trouble if it's there. Occasionally getting dragged into trouble, involved in things where I shouldn't, possibly. But I don't know what else to say after that. Milky Moo's in Ireland, in the Republic. Okay, mate. Nice to meet you too. Kildare. Where the doctors come from. The good-looking, handsome Richard Chamberlain doctors. Count of Monte Cristo. Shogun? Shogun. What else did he do? I'm out. That's my Dr. Kildare knowledge. Richard Chamberlain. Oh, Count of Monte Cristo. Didn't he play Quatermain? Alan Quatermain in something? Quatermain. Before Sean Connery played the same character in his last film, whatever that was called. Yeah. What happened to the other guy in your field who was always borrowing stuff? Pepe. Pepe left around the same time as my holdall. The only thing that's ever been stolen from me. Well, that and its contents. My Alexa. First aid kit. Some small electronics. A fire starting kit that I had. You know, your charcoal firelighters, those little white firelighter things, and some cloth. What else was in the bag? Not sure. He left and so did my bag. If that's who you're talking about, the Spanish guy. There was also Joby, the English guy, who's a good friend, who pops by every now and again. Except he's got a new phone and SIM card, and he hasn't added me on fucking WhatsApp or whatever. Don't know what that's about. Home of the Curragh. Is that horse racing? Or is that a parliament? Taoiseach. Curragh. You'd have to give me a clue. I've got 2 or 3 ideas, but Meatloaf almost backwards used to go to Guff's Snooker, Ambassador Hotel, Johnstown House. I'm assuming that's Ireland. Feck off. Yep. Grew up in the Ambassador. Formerly the Sildara. Probably pronouncing all of that wrong. I up the lilies. Up the dubs. Okay. That's mad and so random. You ever been to Ireland, Mike? I'm just thinking now. No, I don't think I have. No. I'll leave it as no. 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 You're still labouring under the misapprehension that the UK has a good reputation to uphold. Yeah. I'm 10 years out of date. I haven't been there for 10 years. And I see things like Veitch, Charlie Veitch. I see him walk around Manchester and other cities, and he has to take 2 bodyguards with him. Our government has let us down in many ways. The British, anyway, you can't just blame the government. The British people put the fuckers in. Then again, you put them in based on their promises of doing this or that, and then they don't do it. We need a way to repeal is not the right word, recall a government. If you're 2 years into a 5-year parliament and the government hasn't done anything that was on the initial, I want to say portfolio, that's not the right word. What do you call the document a political party releases before an election? Anyway, regardless of the words that I can never fucking remember, if you feel that the government isn't making moves in the right direction, the public should be able to have like a vote of no confidence in them. There should be a mechanism. At the minute, the MPs within that party can call a vote of no confidence in their leadership, in which case they just appoint a new leader, or the House of Commons as a whole can call a vote of no confidence, in which case general election. But that's the only 2 ways. And even the opposition parties aren't going to want to call a general election because that might put them out of a job. You're getting 80 grand a year plus fucking expenses and all the rest. Are you going to want to risk that by having a general election across the whole country where you might lose your job? It hardly ever happens. Curragh was the horse racing. It was one of the ones that okay, it's more pronounced Kildare. Okay. You live and you learn. The Curragh is where we cut the grass short and let the horses run for money and let the sheep roam the streets. Truth. Manifesto, thank you, Marie. Fuck. My brain does not work. Should be a legally binding document instead of the current Jackanory stories we'll get. Yeah. We will we will reduce overall immigration to 100,000 a year, or down to tens of thousands per year. And that's supposed to be the legal migration. And then something happens in Hong Kong and you allow, or you invite 8 million over. And any of those 8 million that want to come over can. Okay. Now show me how you're going to keep immigration down to 10 or 20,000. And that doesn't include the fucking boat people, which politics, I don't want to go there. I lose subscribers once I do politics, because far-right Nazi folks, apparently, despite being an Arthur Scargill supporter back in the day, 80s and 90s, Labour through and through my whole life until I don't know when, but really recently. But now I'm far right, allegedly. The world lurched left and I was left standing, and I'm now not in the left. And somehow, as soon as you're not left, you're far right. The Overton window. And faith decided to fray. I'm not religious, so I would be one of the ones that frayed on the faith, but I'm not got anything against. Well, okay. I like the fact that we have a Christian heritage. I like what Britain and to a large extent Europe, was. I like where we came from and how we are or were. I've got nothing against many of the other religions. I've got absolutely nothing against. Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, name some others. But that other one, they need to get their act in order. The less radical ones need to pull in the radical ones or at least eject them. Getting political. When I do get back to the UK, I'm going to be hauled off into a police station. I'm going to have all my social media searched. And they'll have to release a new rapist from prison to let me in, to make room for me. That seems to be how the UK works now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I've been abroad for 10 years. But it seems we have to let out the rapists a third of the way through their sentence so we can make room for the hurty words Facebook and YouTube posters. I've gone all political, folks. I do apologise. Where am I? Let's see whether I can finish this can of beer from 4.5 hours ago. It did get warm. Now feels a little bit cooler, to be honest. But it's going to be flat as fuck. If I start retching, it'll be the beer that caused it. One more mouthful. Okay. And no flies in it. Maybe there should have been. Maybe my stomach needs the extra protein. I'm considering going shopping tomorrow, 24th. Buy a few bits in ready for my Happy Unchristmas or Merry Unchristmas, whatever it is I call it when I do it on the 25th. A little bit of food. I don't know. What would I get? Some kind of meat? I could go rabbit again like I did 2 or 3 months ago. Maybe some pork steaks. Chicken. For ease, I could buy a ready cooked pollo asado, a rotisserie chicken already done. I tend to have a lot of that really flavoured, greasy gooiness, which I'm not too keen on. I don't know. In fact, before I did that, I'd have to go and you could make some pigs in blankets. You don't see chipolatas over here, or I never have. I don't have any bacon at the minute. I'd have to buy that as well. It'd be nice to have some kind of either roast potatoes or chips at least. I've only got the one ring for cooking. I have done roast potatoes in the slow cooker before now, but I don't have enough power. My solar panels at the minute don't give me anywhere near enough power for that. 100 watt panels times 2, each providing 25 to 30 watts maximum. They are literally falling apart, and they're only 4 or 5 months old. Pathetic. I'm still considering trying for an Amazon return. I'm right in saying anything electrical, 2 years within EU, 2 years return. Especially on something, the flexible panels are supposed to give you 15 years and the solid ones are supposed to give you 25 years. Now that's a stated lifetime. I don't know that's a guarantee. But there's no way these panels should have fallen apart. The reduced efficiency or effectiveness, and also the physical toil, the physical toll that the sun has caused them in that short amount of time is ridiculous. How can we send you a packet of Paxo? Don't tell anybody, but I should have some somewhere. Karen got me some last Christmas. Stuffing at least, I don't know if it was Paxo. Would I be able to find it within the TARDIS there? I got no clue. Probably the day that I move out of this tent, move all my stuff out, take the tent down, put the new tent up, will probably be one of the last things that we find. Along with certain other items that have gone missing. I've lost a pair of tweezers. I've lost 2 pairs of scissors. I've lost one of those adapters you put into the 12-volt cigarette lighter socket that gives you extra USB ports. I've lost at least one of those. I've lost 3 or 4 pairs of glasses that I've not even taken out of the packet yet. I can't remember if it's a 5-pack or a 3-pack that I bought from Temu. It was either 3 pairs of glasses for a £5 or 5 pairs of glasses for €3. This is before they put the extra €3 per item on the order. I still haven't revisited that because I owe you lot there's a list of things I was supposed to buy to make life more comfortable over summer. One of which was going to be a fucking fan that did the spritz thing, that did the water. Like what you might call a swamp cooler. It's a low-tech form of aircon. There were things I was supposed to buy, and I left it a few days too late to place the order, and now every item that comes into the country gets a €3 surcharge, and half my items were like €1.50, €1, €2. Having a €3 surcharge added would be no good. So how could we send you Paxo? I mean, we've got the IT Post, however you spell that. We do have some delivery cabinets, drawers, whatever you want to call them, at the top of the field, at the Repsol. Details in the description. Anybody wants to send me anything, that's a viable option. You have to contact me first for either my phone number or my email address, I believe, because I need to receive a QR code so that I can open the door and get it when it arrives, and so they can notify me when it's arrived, and so that you can tell them where it's going, all of that. So it's not impossible that you could send me something, but yeah, no. Where are we for time, folks? We've been going a while, haven't we? 20 minutes to 4, so I'm 5 hours 40. We'll wrap it up on the 6-hour mark. 4 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock UK. 4 o'clock my time would be 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central in the US. I think I'm doing the maths off the top of my head. I don't fully know. Correct me if we've still got any Yanks out there. Yanks or Canucks. I don't know who's out there. I'm gonna pour one last small. Like I said, normally I would use the lid from the vodka as the measure. This one doesn't have the pouring spout, you know, the restriction. Sometimes I'll just do like I'll count 4 or 6 or 8 seconds. This doesn't have one of those valves, and the cap is tiny. Normally I use the twice as long, so I'm just gonna pour what looks right. Whoa, somewhere around there. I've had this almost a week now, and I've had that much. I guess I've had half of that tonight. Just because the beer, I was struggling with the beer. Not a phrase you'll hear often. I poured that much just for anyone who wants to document. Where's level? That's not level. Somewhere there? Not sure. little bit of, oh, I've done it again. I keep touching the, there. I've got that much cola left. It looks about the right amount for the amount of vodka I poured. I don't really want to go and buy more cola tomorrow at the prices here. Cola in the supermarket, not roller cola, but the supermarket's own brand, 70 or 80 cents for a 2-litre bottle. So paying $2.50 for not even a 2-litre bottle is a fucking rip-off. Still not a fan of these lids that stay attached to the bottle all the time. That missed. That fell. What the fuck? It fell, Vic. I fell, Vic. Vic and Bob. Yankee Doodle Dandy I. Okay. Milky Moo cake. I think I read it as Celtic earlier. That'd be Celtic then if you're in Ireland. Celtic. Never know which way to go with that word. I've done it again, haven't I? Brushing my hand against the touch-sensitive control for the brightness. That's good lamp. 14 euros from Leroy Merlin. My only issue with them, I've got one over there, my previous one. So it will charge from solar, or it will charge from the USB connector, USB A to C. You have to use a USB A to C, not just USB C to C. But I somehow I managed to twist or snap one of the, you know, there are four kind of prongs within, or 4 metallic strips within a USB connection. I think I somehow I plugged the cable in and it broke one of those spines. Now it doesn't work, it should have charged from solar, but it has various settings, and at the minute it's just nothing I do will make it charge. I think it needs a little bit of a boost of power to get it to the point where I can change the setting and make it work charging from solar. But the battery's dead flat and it's in the wrong mode to charge from solar, and it can't charge from USB. All I can think is to take it apart if I can and replace, I believe it's an 18650 cell. But to replace, I don't have any of those laying around. So that might mean taking one out of something else. That's a bit daunting. Smash 2 lamps apart and hope you can get them back together again afterwards. No spudgers, no tools, no nothing. It'll be a brute forcing, and I hope it happens. I hope it works. I don't fancy doing that with 2 lamps, especially when one's working. You're a Sparky yourself, okay. I'm not. Okay, you're going, okay. Celtic. Fuck. Why? You're in Ireland. Shouldn't that be Celtic? Unless you're from Glasgow and you've gone to Ireland. No? Do you guys, do the Irish pronounce it as Celtic rather than Celtic? I thought it was only Glasgow Celtic that was a soft C. Could be my ignorance. It does happen. About once every 20 years I get something wrong. He says lying out his ass. But you've got that cross with the extra bar across it, and it's a Celtic cross, isn't it? There's a cross, yeah, that has the big horizontal and then a smaller horizontal somewhere underneath it. Is it under? I think it's underneath it. Celtic cross. I might have to check my facts. I don't like not knowing. Got to be done, folks. Hold on. There's still 11 people here somehow. Can we hit 30 on the thumbs up? Come on, let's make it happen. It'd be nice if it happened. I don't think it's happened for a while. Celtic cross. Show me what shape it is. Oh no, that's just an ornate cross. What's the one with the extra... Hold on, I'm just wrong. Again! That's about the 5th time tonight I've been wrong. There's all sorts of ornate intertwining and weaving. Celtic knotwork with the cross. Celtic cross or Celtic cross. Pronunciation. Yeah. Hold on. All right. I'm just going to ask Google about the pronunciation. Okay, you're not gonna settle it for me, are you? Celtic with a hard C or K sound, or the soft C or S sound. Which one you use depends on whether you're talking about history, culture, or sports team. History, languages, and culture, pronounced K, Celtic. When referring to ancient people's art, music, or language like Irish or Welsh, experts and local speakers strongly prefer the hard K, K, K. Sports team Celtic, Boston Celtics, Glasgow Celtic, da 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 da. So now I'm lost as to how our new friend here in Ireland is going with the soft C. I'll be lucky if I'm only wrong 5 times in one night. I mean, I have been going for nearly 6 hours, I think, but sometimes I remember things, and sometimes I don't know where I remember them from, and I pull out the most amazing facts out of nowhere, and they're right. And sometimes I'm absolutely certain of something, and I'm wrong. I should ask it. What's the cross called with the smaller bar? You know, with the second bar. It's not a Maltese cross, is it? Hold on. Where am I getting this shit? Cross with larger and smaller. What would you call them? Horizontals? Fuck. Even coming up with the right search phrase. Multiple horizontal bars. Patriarchal cross features 2 horizontal bars. Top bar is shorter and represents the inscription sign above Jesus. The inscription sign above Jesus. I don't know what that means. Is that even a full sentence? Okay, so his arms go across the lower, longer bar, and above is an inscription. It doesn't say what the inscription is, it just says the inscription sign above Jesus. Eastern Orthodox cross, a variation of the patriarchal cross, adds a 3rd slanted short bar near the bottom as a footrest. Papal cross features 3 graduated horizontal bars. So I must have been thinking about that first one, the patriarchal. Never heard that. Well, I know obviously patriarchal, father, patriarchy, male, wherever you want to go with that word. Okay, patriarchal cross, folks. Now you know. You come here for the education. Some of you do. I do. I come here for the education. I leave here knowing more than I knew when I'm. Robert's back again. Hello, Robert. In Ireland, the sea is hard. In Scotland, it's soft. I just happen to be referring to the Scottish in this instance. Okay. You support a certain football team. Okay, I get you. I get you. You confused me. You sent me off on a tangent, and that's okay. I like tangents. I go looking. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Toya Wilcox. Probably about 1981. Oh, look at that. We've hit 30. Thank you, folks. Oh, that's impressive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Robert just woke up. He's had a nap. The ancient tradition of Oh, fuck. Can I remember the term without looking it up? Diphasic sleep, I'm going to go with. Diphasic. Shall we see? Diphasic sleep. To sleep. So, before electric lighting in winter, it's dark, what? 4 o'clock in the evening. People would oil candles, the fire in the hearth giving off some light. Some, not some. But then they'd go to bed 8, 9 o'clock. And they might wake up midnight, 1 o'clock, and get up for a couple of hours. And in some instances, the whole family would get up, come downstairs, light the fire again, maybe grab a snack, sit around. If they can get enough light from the candles or from the fire, maybe read, maybe just chat and have a relax on the sofa together or whatever. And then they would go back for their second sleep. There are stories that some couples would wake up and have, relations for a couple of hours and then go back to sleep. I guess it depends where you are in your life cycle and your marriage and relationship. This is back when people used to have 8, 9, 10 kids, folks. Make your own mind up. Make your own mind up. I couldn't possibly comment. I got to check whether I've got the right. I'm pretty sure on that one. I don't know why. I couldn't remember it to begin with, but I think. So yeah, you had your big sleep and your little sleep, or your first sleep and your second sleep. Diphasic. Sleep. Once you talk about diphasic, sleep and sleep medieval and sleep schedule. Oh, not anaphylaxis. That was a fucking sleep. Biphasic sleep, pattern that splits rest into 2 distinct blocks during a 24-hour day. This can mean a core sleep paired with a daytime nap, like a siesta, or a segmented night split into a first sleep and second sleep, separated by quiet wakefulness. A historical pre-industrial pattern where people slept for a few hours, woke up for an hour or two at midnight, and then slept again until morning. It's natural, folks. Electric light has changed us, or the availability of electric light. It's disrupted our natural patterns, particularly in winter where you had really long nights. Like I used to find here in the field, when I first moved into this field and didn't have, the field flooded. Everything I owned, electrical, almost everything was ruined. So no lights, no watch, no clock, no phone, no tablet, no electronic book reader. All kaput. So it's amazing what I've built up to since then. Thank you to everyone who has helped on that journey. There are some notable donors, some people who've become firm friends along the way. I'm not going to start naming names because I will name one or two people and everyone else will feel left out. But every donation, every bit of help is valued and appreciated and treasured. But one, well, maybe half a dozen people probably are standouts. Like I said, not going to start naming them now. You'll have to read my autobiography for those. Where was I going with this? In the field when I first arrived here, everything broken. Winter. Dark, 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the evening. Doesn't get light until 8 in the morning. 8:30. 12, 13, 14 hours of darkness. You can't sleep that long. You won't sleep that long. But I couldn't wake up and do anything useful in the meantime. Couldn't sit up and read a book, do a crossword or a Sudoku, or any other of those logic puzzles that you get, a crossword, any of those other puzzles that you get on the puzzle page in the local papers. Couldn't do any of that. So all I could do was stare up into the sky. No tent, no shelter at this point. Just a bedroll and a dog to cuddle. Hey babe. Do you remember those days, Tina? She wasn't the biggest fan. It's like a single bed. Well, there was no mattress or anything, but I had picnic blankets. Put them both down, plastic side down, overlapping slightly. I would lay in them and fold both over. So you've got plastic on the bottom, plastic up and over, so if it rained, or probably worse than rain, was the dew that you would get. Summers can be very, very wet. Not even with rain, just with dew. This summer particularly low for all of that, but just happened every now and again. But like a single bed, so I'd lay on my back, open my legs, and put Tina's backside between my knees, and her head would stick out the bottom of the bed. That was our cuddle. Night after night after night for the first 3 or 4 months, until I built a shelter out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin with a concave roof, which you don't want. And then I found a bunch of branches that were long and straight and didn't have any other branches coming off them, and I put stakes in the ground, tied these branches to the stakes so they're upright, and then bent them over and created an arch. You can't hammer the thick end into the ground by hammering the thin end at the top. So you have to put stakes into the ground and then tie them to the stakes. And that's how I got a roof that was convex rather than concave. How did I get onto this? I've lost track. Outside, biphasic sleeping. Biphasic or diphasic? Biphasic sleeping. But I used to, when I lay out here, I used to wake up about fucking 10 times a night. You know when you fall asleep and you think you've had a full night's sleep and you look and it's only been a quarter of an hour? I would have that so often. I could do that 8 times a night. I could have 8 full nights sleep as far as I was concerned. And each time I'm waking up, I'm just waiting for the petrol station at the top, the Repsol garage. I'm waiting for them to turn the fucking lights on. That will signal to me that it's 7 o'clock in the morning and that we're almost there. Or I'm watching where Orion is in the sky to try and judge what time of night it was. He's out of sync with me at the minute, but he used to pop up over the trees over there. He used to pop up at about 8:30, as best I could tell. And then he would disappear about 4 in the morning over there. And I used to try and judge the time based on that. If I could see him and it wasn't too cloudy. The clouds are building tonight, that's a worry. I got almost a 20% chance of rain at some point in the morning and no roof on my tent. Okay, folks, where are we for time? We've made it. Oh, look at this. Just in time, my weather forecast app is now saying rain. Let me just look. Fuck. I do have a tarp. I've been too depressed and too lazy and too... No, I don't need that. 26 degrees at the minute. 26 feels like 30. Partly cloudy. Oh, look at this. That 20% chance of rain at 9 or 10 in the morning is now thunderstorms possible after 10. Less than 2 millimeters of rain. That's no problem. That would evaporate real quick. I don't even need to worry. These temperatures, 2 millimeters of rain, you won't even feel it. Why has it done that? Now, they're saying that's just the 1 hour, 10 o'clock, 10 while 11. That's what they say now. As it gets to 10:30, 11, they'll extend it to the next hour, and to the next hour, and to the next hour. My stomach is still really unsettled, folks. High of 32. Fucking hell, 32. Can we have a day back down around fucking 20, 25? I'm sick of it. All right, folks, we're going to wrap it up here any minute now. Thank you to the 30 people who clicked the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button yet, you might like to consider it. If you haven't subscribed, why not? It's free. Just helps you to make sure that you don't miss any of the rare videos that I put out nowadays. There is quite an extensive back catalogue, folks. I currently have over 1,800 subscribers, but it used to be I made more videos than I had subscribers. I don't know what my total count is at the minute. Perhaps one of you could nip in to my channel and see. Videos, shorts and lives. I don't know how many I've got. Slow going. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Come and talk to a tramp. It's not, you know. I thank you for joining me this evening, and in a moment I shall leave you in the manner to which those of you that have been here a while may have become accustomed. Basically, I say from Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out! Which some people like. Jasper likes it. I think Jasper's gone. Let me just scroll through these and make sure I'm not missing any messages. Everybody press the like button. And Milky Moo. Are you going to do a vid dedicated explaining the ins and outs of your EcoFlow for the hard of stupid like me? I've I don't know that I've ever done like a totally separate video on the EcoFlow. I've introduced it many a time during the live streams, Marie. What do you need to know? How far back is this? What's your primary carbohydrate? Oh gosh. I do well with rice, pasta. Oh, potatoes are hard in summer because they go off so quickly and they turn to real nasty, fucking stinky, shitty mush. If you've ever had a potato go mushy and you've put your finger through, when they're soft and when you can tell they're rotten and it's contained by the skin, there's a little bit of a pong, but not too bad. But if you put your finger through that skin, oh my God. I don't really have a primary carbohydrate, I don't think. So real potatoes, powdered, you know, for mash get smash, as we used to say back in the day. I mean, it's not actually that brand name, but the powdered, the packet mashed potato, dehydrated mashed potato, rice, pasta, all the. I've even had what's the other one? Morocco and Tunisia. Couscous. I've had packets of couscous. Those I wouldn't call those primary. Pasta. When in summer I just struggle to eat. It's too hot. The rest of the year, probably pasta. See, I will take like a packet soup, boil some water, and put the packet soup in, and it could just be a cup of soup, but I'll do it in a liter and a half of water. So I'll spread it, I'll make it go further, and then I'll add the pasta. Pasta twists is a biggie. People keep bringing me more the macaroni or whatever, you know, the tubes. I'll eat them. Pasta's pasta. I mean, it's the same fucking recipe. It's just the shape that changes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I have a primary. I love me some fish and chips. So chips, if someone brings me chips is always good. But I thought about ordering Tweeties on Friday just gone. I seriously thought about ordering it. But you're looking at 10, 11, maybe 12 euros for the meal itself. And then you're looking at 3 or 4 euros for delivery. And then the bugger that brings it's going to want 2 or 3 euros as a fucking tip. And then you've got the chance he won't find me because tramp in a field. It's like a 10 euro meal becomes 20, 23 potentially. And I'm like, no. I can't spend your money that way. That's just... I could be like blasé. It's not my fucking money. You know, I didn't earn it. But that would be crass. That would be wrong. But I did think about it. It's not the eating that I can't do, I don't think. It's the cooking that I can't face mainly. And then on Friday I did the packet mashed potato and then I threw up on a live stream. Don't watch Friday. I might pull that stream. I got less than an hour into it and then I threw my... I'm sat here going... And I had to... But I just vomited all over the camp. Sorry, folks. Wasn't under my control, obviously. Otherwise I wouldn't have done it. But yeah. Hold on. I'm looking at comments. I need to get to the beginning for Okay, everyone press the like a little more than the time before. Have you got to do a video dedicated to explaining the ins and outs of your EcoFlow for the hard of Ah, I've got some ginger and some garlic somewhere in there. But yeah, ginger settles stomachs. It's good for travel sickness. I remember that from somewhere. Maybe some ginger. Oh gosh, don't. Jasper's been on at me for ages. I do have. I've got water, sugar, ginger, and I've got yeast. My yeast takes about 2 days to bloom. The when you make bread or bake or whatever. It's old. Most of it must be dead. But if I put some sugar some sugar and water in the bottom of a 2 litre pop bottle, just this much water. Put some sugar, water, and yeast in, and give it 24, 36 hours. It does come to life. I could make it. I mean, it would take a week. Well, if you want it as a soft drink, you can have it within about 3 days, can't you? If you want it as an alcoholic beverage, and we're talking about me, you need a week or two. If you want it proper alcoholic, like a ginger wine, you might need a month or two. That's a long time to wait with a bad stomach. Robert said good night. I haven't gone yet, but I'm going soon, yeah. I'm just scrolling back, make sure I don't miss anything. Been there, Mike, yeah. Centre propped, not perimeter. I don't know, that's... They used to sleep stood upright over a rope. Who did? Get you thinking. Nothing like flickering light of a candle. There is something primal about a flickering light, whether it's a candle or a fire. Yeah, there is. Primal or primordial? I'll go with primal. Marie, if you're still there, what do you need to know about the EcoFlow? Or did you do one and I missed it? I've introduced it many a time during the stream. Early on, I went in depth on how many watt hours it stores and what that means, and how many watts it can put out at one time. What a watt hour is and what a watt is. What a watt is. Yeah, there's a sentence for you. I did cover that once upon a time, but I could do it again. If I did a standalone video about my EcoFlows, it might enable me to get some kind of sponsorship and get a bigger and better, maybe get sent I had this dream once of reviewing products out in the field. I see these preppers reviewing things, and they're playing at it 24 hours overnight with my EcoFlow, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, lad? 24 hours overnight. That's just a sleepover. That's not a... What are you testing? That I see EcoFlow send people these €1,500 fucking fridge freezers with an ice maker on and all the bells and a Delta 2 and a this, or a Delta 3 it would be now, or a Delta 3 Pro. And I'm looking thinking, I live in a fucking field. What better test, if your product is any good, what better test do you want than that guy that lives full time in the field? Let me tell you some negatives about my EcoFlow. The ports rust. My 12-volt cigarette lighter port is rusty on the inside. I think my USB ports are rusting. So here's the thing. My review would be a fucking honest review. Now, some companies don't like that. And they like to put you to like a non-disparaging contract where you can't say anything bad about them. They try to give you a script where you have to read all their points and say how great everything is. And I watch people read these out, and I watch them mix up their watt hours and their watts. And I know instantly that they don't know what they're talking about and that they're reading from a script that they've been given by their company. That's not me. But if you are EcoFlow and you want me to, I could do an unboxing. I could do a review after a week. I do a review after a day or two, maybe 3 days, after a week, after a fortnight, after a month, after 3 months, after 6 months. You know, I could do a realistic, this is what happens if this device is in this situation with damp around and out in a field, and yeah, it gets a bit rusty inside, but when you plug your 12-volt thing in, you just turn it around a bit to rub the rust away. Make sure you get a good contact between the port and your 12-volt adapter, your 12 volts plug, I guess would be the word. Plug and socket, isn't it? I'm not sure what you can do if the USB ports rust. That seems a bit wild. Only one socket on the 220 volt side. But you could get an adapter, a splitter, whatever. I can talk through all that. But if you're wanting to know what size do I need, which device do I need if I want to run a freezer for this many hours, then you need to start looking into watts and how many watt hours per day your freezer requires, and then you need to know how many watt hours your either EcoFlow, Bluetti, whatever your power station stores, and then you need to know. It's not just what it stores, how many watts can it deliver at once, because some devices, like an air fryer for example, need 14, 15, 1700 watts initial startup, and mine can't do that. So you need to know not just how many watts do they use and what hours do they use over an hour, but you need the initial surge that some devices have, and whether your device can handle that level. So it gets quite technical, but it's just numbers, it's maths in the end, and maths is quite easy for some of us. This is where some guys take advantage. They'll do a video. Can it run my fridge for 24 hours? Can it run a TV? And it's like, mate, look on the label that comes with your device or in the manual, and it tells you how many watts it draws, maximum watts. Multiply that by however many hours you're going to run it in a day, and that gives you your maximum watt hours. Multiply watts by hours to get watt hours. That's how much you need for that day to run that device. If the number of watts it draws is higher than the number of watts your device can put out, it's not going to work for you. If the number of watt hours it uses in a day is more than the number of watt hours stored in your battery, it'll run your device, but it won't power it for the whole, for the amount of time you need. And it's just numbers. It's easy. But doing can it power my fridge? Can it power my TV? What about my Xbox? What about this? And they'll do a video for each fucking thing. And it's like, mate, just teach people to do the maths. Look at the label. What's the power draw in watts? How many hours do you anticipate it being powered during the day? So a fridge, for example, might use, mine might draw 80 watts. But in normal use, a fridge clicks on and off multiple times each hour. It's only on for like a quarter of the time. Not quite the same for me right here, right now, but that's a story for another day. Let the Fraggles play down at Fraggle Rock. Distracted myself now. Just teach people to look at the numbers and work it out, rather than do one video per device that anybody ever suggests. People, I was drawing this to a close. Right now I have a 6x10 with a small patio. I don't know what a 6x10 is. 6x10 what? And are these feet, these will be meters, will they? If you're Irish. Centre propped, not perimeter. Stood upright over a rope, get you thinking. Nothing like flickering candle. Are you going to do a vid dedicated? How long more than the time before? I got no idea what they used to sleep stood upright over a rope. I don't know who they is. Are we talking just like back in the Middle Ages? That sleeping upright sounds like your fentanyl zombies in American and Canadian cities. Probably British now for all I know, but I'm out of touch, so I don't know. Centre propped, not perimeter. That sounds like a tent, like a big top. Don't know. Just, and then some laughing emojis. Been there, Mike. 6x10 with a small patio. Am I on? I am on live chat all messages, so I'm not missing anything. Primary carbohydrate, I answered. Robert said good night, Mike, but that was when I said I was leaving about fucking half an hour ago. Ginger for the stomach. It is a long goodbye, isn't it, folks? Yeah. When you were sick from your stomach, was it coming out the other? Not at the same time, but it is. Yeah, it's. I'm not crashing off 4, 5, 6 times a day or anything. It's once a day, but it is loose stool, if you want to put it that way. It's not explosive, but it is very loose. I keep considering investing in one, but nervous about the cost compared to my total lack of knowledge about how they work. And then it looks like Milky Moo is accidentally typing in his pocket or something. So to Marie, I keep considering investing in one, but nervous about the cost compared to my total lack of knowledge about how they work. Listen, it's 3 things. It's a battery. Think car battery. Except not a lead acid car battery, because a lead acid car battery typically will store 1 kilowatt hour, 1,000 watt hours. If you look at your electric bill, it's measured in kilowatt hours. A car battery is typically, it's roughly 1 to 1.2 kilowatt hours. But a lead acid, a normal car battery, you can only use half that power. If you go beyond that, you damage the battery. These modern ones use a different chemistry called lithium iron phosphate. Lithium iron phosphate. Li for lithium, Fe for iron, and PO4 for phosphate. Li-Fi-Po, kind of. And those you can use all the power all the way down, almost all the way down to 0. The manufacturer builds in a small little buffer at the end so that you don't knacker it. Unless you try to charge it below 0 degrees centigrade. Then, but just don't do that. And some of them won't let you do that. So it's a battery, and you get to use the full extent of the battery. It's what's called an inverter. So a battery stores power in DC. So the 12 volt sockets, the USB sockets, those are all DC, direct current. Your normal plug sockets are AC, alternating current. The inverter converts DC to AC and steals a little bit of your power while it does it. Quite a bit, actually. When I run my 30 watt fan inside, and it has to be plugged into the AC, there's a 20 to 30 watt overhead because I'm using the AC. So it kind of doubles the amount of power being used when you're using a low powered device. When I'm running a 140 or 150 watt slow cooker, there's still a 20 or 30 watt overhead, but it's much smaller as a percentage of what you're doing. You don't feel like you've been ripped off as much. Ripped off is not the correct terminology. So it's a battery, it's an inverter for getting the power out in AC and giving you the power in DC when you need it. And there's also what's called a solar charge controller, so you can plug solar panels in or plug it into the wall and charge that way with a kettle lead. That's it. That's all it is, really. If you've got devices that will run off a 12 volt socket, and many devices nowadays will, like CPAP machines and things. At my camping fridge freezer 12 volt socket, I've probably got other stuff that doesn't come to mind that will run off 12 volt. Normal USB, phones, tablets, everything else, power banks, like small power banks, I can charge from the USB. And when you've got something that needs a full, proper, real plug, it's there. But it's gauging, it's knowing the storage, the watt hours, total storage of the device. It's knowing the watts, the output that it will give, and how quickly it can be charged either from the wall or from a solar panel. But those are the only real factors involved. The maximum amount of solar powers you can connect at a time, the total voltage or total amperage, total wattage that you can put in from solar. I advise everybody have one. I always have done, ever since I first heard about them 7, 8, 9 years ago. I've watched the whole market develop from when they were clunky and rubbish, and because they're all built in China. Some of them were not just rubbish, some of them were dangerous back in the day. Now they're a lot safer. The build quality in general is a lot better, but you are probably better off going with brand names that you've heard about from someone who knows what they're talking about. The big weakness currently with them is probably the software, and software updates in particular. There's also a data grab by them. Some of them insist that you have your location turned on and have a permanent Wi-Fi connection to them, even though they can be operated via Bluetooth. There is a data issue with some of these companies. What was that? Yes, accidental typing, sorry. It happens, mate, don't worry. I accidentally tried to ban half of Scruff Dog's stream one day. Touched something, bit of sweat on the fingers in the middle of summer, and the screen went haywire. And menus, when you see hacker videos, you know, when Hollywood does hacking, and all the screens are popping up, I had that. I had to ask a guy to double check whether I've banned anybody on someone else's, or whether I've reported anybody on someone else's stream. Next time someone's causing trouble, tell them you don't bite, but you'll give a nasty suck. Lol. Yeah, I can't bite with no teeth. I think I talk quite well for a guy who hasn't put his teeth in for 4 or 5 years. I did put them in once, didn't I? But okay, folks, we've made it another half hour. It was a long goodbye, wasn't it? A 6.5 hour stream that I didn't intend to. I didn't think I was in the mood. I almost didn't. So I'd set up the stream and set the time for 10. I almost reset it for next Sunday instead. I almost binned it off, and yet here we are, 6.5 hours later. I'm still prattling away. 30 thumbs ups. We're down to 8 people. So once we drop below 10, that's always a danger signal for me. That's always a tipping point. Unbelievably, I will probably sit here for the next half hour and just watch a couple of random YouTube videos myself, just to unwind and calm down. You wouldn't believe it, guys. I do get a little bit stressed about these things. It is a little bit of a performance. I've mentioned in the past the Delta Mike character, because obviously it's not my real name. I'm not even called Mike. But I respond to it because everyone's going to call it me. But it is a character I inhabit when I go live. A little bit stressful to begin with, especially when you don't know if anyone's going to turn up. And you're going to be embarrassed if you hit 6 viewers for a whole stream. But it's good we got higher than that. I don't remember the maximum number I saw, 15, 16 maybe. 30 thumbs ups. There will probably have been 200 or more people in and out through the course of the stream. People who were just, what's this shit? There will have been some lurkers in the background who only had 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, 30 thumbs ups, pretty good by my standards. But we are gonna draw it to a close there, folks. I'm just gonna unplug this here to give me a bit more freedom to rotate around this away. And I'm gonna leave you in the manner to which you may have become accustomed if you've been here a while. You're curled up in a ball, babe. Hello, you. Do I get to see you? Can I show you off to the peepholes? We've got new friends and everything. I don't know whether I'm pointing that in the right direction, folks. I've put that in my left hand and just pointed it blindly in her direction. Hey, babe. I know you don't like the light. I'm going to move it. But that's my Tina girl. Hello, baby girl. She's going to lay there for about another half hour before I take her inside. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his girl. Always will. I told her the other day that when she's gone, I'm still going to say good morning and good night to her every day. I'm sure I'll forget at some point, but in general, yes. Hey, baby. My first doggy, folks. I was always a cat person. Anyway, here we go, folks. This is it now. We are leaving now. Hold on. In the program, This Is Your Life, which one did you like? What, the guests or the presenters? Like Eamon Andrews or Michael Aspel are the two I remember. Watching them, I don't remember any sticking out especially. I think I saw Kevin Keegan on there once. I don't know. I was a Liverpool fan, so stuff like that worked for me, but that's probably not what you're asking. Anyway, folks, we are on our way out. Guests. I don't recall. I know I watched lots. I watched it every week. When you only had 3 channels. Let me bring it back around just momentarily, just while we pad this out a little bit. Robert's trying to keep me going because he's awake. Oh gosh. Selwyn Froggitt, what was he called? Bill Maynard. I think that was a good one that I remember. Kevin Keegan, as I said. There was somewhere I'd never heard of the person. But then they'd bring out like old school friends and then maybe some of them they'd tell you the story of how he's a fucking World War II fighter pilot or whatever. Some of them were really, really moving. You know, he'd be there sat holding his wife's hand, but at a distance because they kind of sat them apart so that he'd be the star but even the wife, but they'd have to reach across to each other. But it's like, oh, your first wife died, and he gets all emotional and teary, and then he's got the fucking second or third wife sat next to him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I remember much about the specific programs. The setups were always good, weren't they? When they hijack the person, I don't know how much. I don't know how often the person knew really and was faking being surprised, or whether they were genuinely surprised. They think they're going to a gala ball, and a policeman stops the fucking traffic, and Eamon Andrews comes running across and opens a taxi door or limousine door or whatever, and drags them out. But I've got to be. No, you don't. We set that up. That's bullshit. Come with me. And everyone knew. Oh God, it's Eamon Andrews, or later on Michael Aspel. Whatever happened to Michael Aspel? Is he still around? Is he dead? I don't remember him dying. Anyway, we do have to draw it to a close here, folks. Freddie Starr pushed Ali in his pool. Fuck, did he really? Go for your kip, Mike. Yeah, take care. We're gonna do it in the manner to which we become accustomed though. We have to actually have the phrase. We have to say the words. Flash. Folks. Hey babe. Hello you. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later, guys.